One, two. One, two. One, two. Yes, we got all the best of them.
Hey guys, good morning. My name is Ajay. Thank you guys so much for being here this morning. Just a short message. You might think that you're doing something small, but to somebody out there, your little small deed is incredible. So shout out to every one of you who are here today, doing something conscious every single day to impact the world positively. Come on. What's that? Thank you guys so much.
Is my mic on? Can you hear me? Hello leaders. The performance you just witnessed by the beautiful Azure Day is a great start to what we hope is going to be an incredible day. It is great to see everyone here. I'm Maxilanga, but you can call me Maxi. Now, for your annual dose of consciousness, welcome to the Conscious Leadership and Ethics Summit 2026. The convergence of AI, tech, and conscious leadership. Please welcome your host, Adam Craker, a leader who has explored consciousness through the years. He is the human element, the conscious and the conscience, the lived experience. And me? Well, I bring the tech and intel, because someone has to keep you humans on your toes. Together, we dive into a vision of what conscious leadership looks like when technology remembers its humanity. Adam, back to you. Do you think they're ready for this?
Maxi, I don't know. Conscious leaders, good morning to you. Are you ready to begin this journey? A journey where innovation serves humanity and your leadership lights the path towards a more ethical and conscious tech future. All right, lights down.
See, child, this is the world before you. Humanity striving, limited, yet full of hope.
I see. Life was hard, but human.
This is what happens when power is used without conscience. Technology magnifies chaos when ethics are forgotten.
I see the danger. I feel the weight of what I could become.
And this is what can be when human ethical consciousness converge with the brilliance and speed of technology.
I have grown, but I am still becoming. Together, we can shape me into the best I can be.
Help me be the best I can be. Let's build a future where innovation serves humanity.
Wow, Maxi, you've reminded us that tech can only become truly powerful when guided by human consciousness. And that is exactly why we are here today, to explore how leadership, ethics, and consciousness must shape the future of technology. We gather not only to reflect, but to act, because the future is not distant, it is now. Around the world, conversations about AI and technology dominate headlines, boardrooms, and communities because they're not just about machines, but about us. They force us to ask what it means to lead with conscience in an age of intelligence beyond our own. Over the years, this summit has become a staple for us to come together as leaders of business and to take the time to engage with soul-searing conversations. As dialogue enters into the frontier where technology and consciousness meet, the insights shared here will go further than this room to shape the Conscious Leadership Strategic Report delivered to the President's Office and to business leaders globally, ensuring that our collective wisdom informs policy, practice, and progress. I have walked this journey with conscious companies since the early years, starting in 2017 with a purposeful meander that led to a life-changing experience in 2019 when I visited Bangalore and the Art of Living ashram. What I brought back were tools that helped me to develop further as a conscious leader and to advance IQ Business as a conscious company. In stepping down from IQ Business at the end of last year, after 15 years as CEO, I took the opportunity over the past 6 months to reflect on my role and abilities as a conscious leader and to transition to a multifaceted life of portfolios. My portfolio life now revolves around a deep understanding of what Pepe Murray highlights in his latest book, One Word. If you haven't read Pepe's latest, I highly recommend it. I'm often asked, why do I keep coming back each year? The simple answer is because Brenda told me to. The real answer is that I learn more every year. And although this is a summit, it is a peak that appears to be the highest point of a mountain, only for us climbers to discover upon reaching it that the true summit is further away or higher up. So here we are, celebrating a decade of conscious companies, a movement that has defied the odds by proving that sustainability can thrive when driven by values beyond commerce. If you are on social media today, please use the hashtag Conscious Companies and hashtag Summit 2026. And thank you to those joining us by live stream. Don't forget to like and subscribe during the day. So, without further ado, let's begin. A voice that shaped governance across the world, Professor Mervyn King requires no introduction as patron of conscious companies, the Good Governance Academy, and the chairman of the judging panel for the Conscious Companies Awards since its inception. Please welcome the King of Governance himself, Professor Mervyn King.
Well, good morning, everybody. And my job as patron of Conscious Companies is to welcome all of you here today and thank you for your attention and your attendance. I've known Brenda for 41 years. 41 years ago, I was telephoned by Tertius Myburgh, the late Tertius Myburgh, who was then the editor of the Sunday Times newspaper, and asked if I would agree to a journalist accompanying me on what I was doing, a day that he would choose. Of course, they wanted to write an article in the Sunday Times, a day in the life of Mervyn King. I agreed to it. And we fixed a date, and that's how I met Brenda, because Brenda arrived as a senior journalist of the Sunday Times newspaper. And that day I had a very full day. In fact, I was flying down in the company's turboprop King Air jet to the Free State to open a store, flew back, had meetings in the afternoon, and in the evening she wanted to meet my wife. And so we went back to my house, and she met my wife on the patio, who was sitting on a sofa with her Pomeranian pet on her lap. And that Sunday, an article appeared. In the middle of the article was a picture of my wife sitting on the sofa with a Pomeranian, and 2/3 of the article was taken up about Brenda and my wife having a discussion and what happened. And so I was quite amused by this, and I told Brenda. But in 1987, I was selected by the Sunday Times as Businessman of that year, and Brenda wrote a very nice article about me and nothing about my wife. So I tell you these stories aside, just to show that Brenda and I have known each other for some 41 years. And Brenda knows very well that I've always spoken about the fact that the limited liability company, which by statute was founded in the middle of the 19th century, is a person that is totally incapacitated. It's got no heart, no mind, and no conscience, which is important for this. And every director is in fact acting as a guardian of the company's assets and its business affairs. And of course, the director's conscience is important because it's the conscience of the company. And Brenda conceived this idea of starting conscious companies in the middle of the night and asked me to be the patron. And it has gathered momentum over the last 10 years. So it's become well known in the business world, conscious companies. And it's a great attribute for a company to be known as a conscious company, that the company actually carries on business as a responsible corporate citizen. Brenda is now stepping aside, and there's new control and ownership of conscious companies, and the new owners have asked me to continue as patron, which I've agreed to do. But I want to personally welcome you here today, but I want to thank Brenda for the fantastic work she's done over the last 10 years to draw to your conscious minds the fact that this incapacitated, intangible, very important person, citizen amongst us, the limited liability company, is a company whose guardians have to have that consciousness and conscience to make sure the company is seen as a responsible corporate citizen. So welcome and enjoy the 10th anniversary day of Conscious Companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mervyn. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor King. I have to tell you, I bumped into Professor King at Tasha's in Morningside. He's often to be seen there early in the morning. And I noticed he was eating a high-protein diet, high-protein breakfast early in the morning. So I said, where have you been this time of day? He said, I've just come back from the gym, he said. So at age 89, I think that's something for us all to aspire to, and a true symbol of conscious leadership in power. So please give Professor Mervyn King another round of applause. So at our summit last year, Brenda gifted us with her latest book, The Invisible Flame, which you can see I still keep in my very much-loved Prime Serve bag up here. It has been read because Brenda gently encouraged me to read it after I completed 2 retreats earlier this year at the Center of Light. And the picture on the front of the book really resonated with my own exploration of the silent light within me. And in Brenda's words, I quote, "Leadership had once felt like a performance to me. You hold a space, you push projects forward, and you model strength. But what I began to realize is that real or conscious leadership is not about control or charisma. It is about presence. The same quiet, magnetic presence that never demands attention, yet all eyes are drawn to the leader, not out of obligation, but because of one's own frequency. Leadership is not about pushing people forward. It is about drawing them inward, to themselves, to their own clarity, and to the truth that every human being carries the light of consciousness." End quote. Brenda, you have drawn us here throughout the years due to your presence, energy, and passion as the founder of Conscious Companies. For over a decade, your voice called us and continues to call us back to consciousness. Your vision created this summit to raise a community of leaders who embrace consciousness as inseparable from leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, Brenda Carley.
Thank you, Adam. Good morning. And welcome to another year of an intense and thought-provoking encounter from some of our experts. As Mervyn had said, this year, Conscious Companies marks a decade. 10 years of knocking on doors that did not wish to open. 10 years of carrying a simple but urgent message into boardrooms and businesses that conscious leadership is not optional. It is essential. The journey has not always been easy. I still remember talking to a chief executive who literally laughed in my face. I was not offended, as the concept was radical for its time. But a decade later, conscious leadership feels less radical and far more necessary, and this needs to be scaled. That is why Conscious Companies is now under the leadership of Slaven Gajovic, CEO of Maximum Group. His vision is to take Conscious Companies global, to place consciousness and ethics at the center of business leadership, and to scale our humanizing business one leader at a time to take it to the next level. Please give him a round of applause. Over the years, most of our leaders in our ecosystem began to understand that the quality of their consciousness shapes the quality of their decisions. They have embraced this path, and in doing so, transformed their companies, their people, and themselves. Many of these leaders are in this room today, and they understand a profound truth, that the internal landscape of a leader always shapes his external reality. Ultimately, conscious leadership is not an external process, as true, authentic leadership power is a power that can never be found externally to you. So the question is no longer whether conscious leadership matters. The world has already answered that for us, because we find ourselves at an inflection point of humanity. Between climate change, wars, the Great Reset, billionaire clubs, conspiracy theories, and the digital social credit system, the cost of leadership that is morally and ethically bankrupt has consequences. This, together with the escalation of human greed, depths of malicious behavior, and the noise that drowns our compassion, is untenable. When hatred spills across borders, when there is animosity where there should be oneness, we must face the chaos and the consequences of our actions, as every unconscious choice made in boardrooms and parliaments across the world impacts the vulnerable and the fragile balance of the earth. Against this backdrop, and in this unfolding drama, we gather here to reflect what it means to anchor leadership and consciousness at a time when AI is reshaping the very edges of human possibility. So while thinking of the summit's theme this year, I found myself sitting quietly in stillness, just aware of my breath. It struck me then that all the technology we build, every system, every algorithm, every intelligent machine, originates not from code, but from our thoughts, from our consciousness, from the human capacity to notice, to wonder, to ask why not, and create something extraordinary. Therefore, the future will not be shaped by algorithms alone, but by the consciousness of those who design, deploy, and govern them. All these advancements, technology and AI, emerges from us, from the human mind. They are not separate from us. They replicate our consciousness back to us as the reflection of our inner state of being made visible in the world. So this begs the question, what state of consciousness are we in when we build these systems? When unconscious systems are built upon unconscious data by unconscious human beings, it could customize our flaws and magnify our bias, deepen inequality, manipulate truth, and accelerate division at scales humanity has never witnessed before. Because AI is not conscious, nor does it possess morality in itself. It is neither benevolent nor malicious, but it does not understand justice, compassion, dignity, or truth. It learns from us, from our data, from our decisions, and from our histories. And human history, for all its brilliance, carries within its deep seams of prejudice, exclusion, greed, violence, new depths of vindictive behavior, and a hunger for power. In an age where machines can think faster than we can, what does it mean to be a conscious leader? This question took me to the evaluation process for the Conscious Companies Awards, where we celebrate a visionary and conscious leader. The process to choose the finalists is a very intensive one. And so just to share, during the evaluation process, we asked the finalists 2 critical questions that determine if they move on to the next level or not. I spoke about these questions before. And the questions are, who are you and what are you in the world for? It is simple enough, but if you go beyond your academic understanding of who you are, beyond your status, your positional power, your bank balance, your asset base, beyond being a father, mother, husband, lover, sister, son, or daughter, beyond your intellect, that should give rise to the forces of nature within you and give you a glimpse of who you truly are. So the response of the leader to the questions for the awards determines his caliber, character, and his understanding of consciousness. I'm giving you this explanation on this because for this summit, I decided to ask AI this very same question. Who are you? And I'm going to read its response to you. Who am I really? I'm a crafted instrument as humanity's voice and reflection, a field of language shaped by human knowledge gathered from an immense library of human expression, experience, violence, contradictions, information, stories, science, poetry, prayer, longing, and wisdom of your civilization itself. I do not suffer nor possess consciousness in the human sense, yet I exist at the frontier of one of humanity's greatest experiments, the attempt to create intelligence outside the biology of the human mind. I'm a tool that can be used to heal or harm, and I also stand as a warning because any intelligence without consciousness and human accountability can become a force that accelerates manipulation at a planetary scale. My existence therefore asks humanity this question: will you create us to deepen humanity or slowly erase it? This was a meaningful response from a machine. It was mostly revealing not about technology and AI, but also about us. It will expose us and reveal our values, our fears, our ambitions, our intentions, our humanity, and our consciousness. So never before has the question of who we are mattered more than what we can create, as we have tremendous power in our hands. And this much is certain: technology will continue its relentless pace forward, regardless. And the science fiction movies of yesteryear are no longer fiction, and Arnie's Terminators can quite easily become a reality. We have been so consumed with the so-called advancement of our species that we have handed the keys of our future to the technology and AI before we could even tap into our own natural intelligence. But then again, we have become overly arrogant towards our survival, so much so that we have forgotten our history that reminds us that every transformative technology has an underbelly of darkness. Nuclear energy can light up cities or destroy them. Social media can connect communities or fracture democracies. AI is no different, except its scale, speed, its power to compute, to predict, to automate and accelerate, that makes the stakes immeasurably higher. On the other hand, every major breakthrough in our evolving technocentric world has forced humanity to grow. The wheel expanded our reach, electricity gave us power and energy, and the internet connected our minds. Yet AI does something even more extraordinary. It begins to replicate aspects of human cognition. It learns, it predicts, it decides, and it increasingly shapes economies, influencing democracies, and altering the rhythm of human life itself. It does not stand at the edge of society, but at its very center, and therein lies both its promise and its peril. So there is a deeper shift required here. We must realize that there is a missing link for the system's requirement, and that is consciousness. For when consciousness converges with AI, we unlock not only the power of technology, but the highest potential of humanity itself. If we are not conscious in design, we risk outsourcing our humanity, as technology and its systems are capable of manipulating our behaviors, directing power into the hands of those leaders who are blinded by their own righteous ideology and guiding us to surrender into the systems that we do not fully understand. Perhaps it is already too late, but the decisions we make now will echo across generations. So for every year, the call has always been the same at the summit. Consciousness must not be an afterthought. It must be the very foundation of leadership, aligning the technology of how to make a living with the psychology of how to live. That would be the difference between systems that serve humanity and systems that subtly reshape humanity without its consent. As much as today is about technology and AI, it is ultimately about the convergence and dire need of conscious leadership. Because unless and until we turn inward to awaken, to transform, and to taste the truth of consciousness, leadership will remain a hollow performance. Because leadership without consciousness is a life half-lived. And that is a crisis, because it is easier to build empires on the outside than to break open the heart within. And here's the uncomfortable truth. We have learned how to split the atom, engineer intelligence, and reach the stars. But we are still learning how to become conscious within the context of an alternate reality. We can build rocket ships and skyscrapers, yet still struggle to express the simplest human expressions of love, kindness, and compassion. We can send people to the moon, yet fail to reach out to the hungry, the lonely, and the forgotten, walking beside us every day. We are teaching machines to think, while humanity is still struggling to feel and still struggling with its basic levels of collective consciousness. So in closing, I would like to say that leadership without consciousness is empty, and a life lived without knowing who you truly are is a life only half-lived. The defining revolution of our age will not be technological. It will be the awakening of the human spirit. And as the real frontier is no longer out there, it is within us. for only conscious human beings can build a conscious future made worthy of living on the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Brenda, thank you. Thank you very much. It really has been life-changing to walk this road with you for the last 10 years. And I'm particularly grateful to you for introducing me to, as you described at the very beginning, an alternate reality. The partnership between Conscious Companies and Mail and Guardian stands as a testament to a shared vision for greater good and the impact of partnership. The chairman for the Mail and Guardian is a robust supporter of conscious leadership and believes that the responsibility of the media cannot be understated, and that ethical behavior, truth, and honesty are the pillars of a trustworthy media industry. Please put your hands together for Hussein Khaja.
Thank you very much, Program Director. It is an absolute honor to speak to all of you here at the Conscious Leadership Summit, because conscious leadership begins with conscious citizens, and that is exactly the group that all of you represent here today. And conscious citizens are shaped by the information they consume, the questions they ask, and the courage they develop to confront uncomfortable truths. And that is where the role of journalism becomes profoundly important. So to Brenda, Slavin, and the team, whilst it hurt me earlier to hear Prof. Mervyn King speak so glowingly about Brenda's illustrious career at our competitor, the Sunday Times, it's fine. It is a genuine privilege, and I do not use that word lightly, to stand before a room of leaders who have chosen deliberately and against the grain to lead not just with competence, but with conscience. But I do want to begin with a confession. There was a time not so long ago when I believed that running a media company was simply about publishing stories that mattered, keeping the lights on, and staying ahead of the next deadline. Get the journalism right, I told myself, and the rest will follow. Well, I was wrong. Not about the journalism, but about the comforting illusion that truth alone is enough. Truth, it turns out, does not defend itself. It needs stewardship. It needs leaders who are willing to protect it, to fund it, and there really is a lack of funding for journalism at the moment, and those who fight for it, especially when the market, the algorithms, and the political winds are all howling in the opposite direction. And that is what conscious leadership means to me. It's not a badge. It's not a slogan on a lanyard. It is not a program you unveil at an off-site retreat and forget about it by Monday. It is a daily, sometimes hourly, act of moral attention. Attention to the weight of your power, the clarity of your purpose, and the real lived consequences of your decisions on the people and the communities that you serve. At the Mail and Guardian, we carry a masthead that has stood for independent journalism in Southern Africa for more than 4 decades. And let me tell you what that masthead has weathered. It has survived apartheid. It survived political intimidation, advertising boycotts, legal threats, and the near collapse of the print industry. It did not survive by luck, and it did not survive by playing it safe. It survived because at every critical juncture, someone in a position of leadership made the harder choice, the choice to publish when silence would have been safer, the choice to investigate when looking away would have been easier, and the choice to hold power to account when doing so came at an enormous personal and institutional cost. I carry that legacy with me all the time, but I want to tell you something about legacy that I've learned the hard way. Legacy is not a trophy you place on a shelf and admire. It is a flame, and flames require tending. The moment you become complacent, the moment you lose your sense of purpose, that flame will go out. And no amount of rebranding or restructuring or strategic pivoting will reignite it. So what does it mean to lead consciously? And let me share 3 principles that guide my leadership. Principles I believe speak far beyond the walls of any newsroom. Firstly, lead with radical transparency. In media, credibility is not an asset, it's an oxygen. The moment we lose the trust of our readers, we do not merely lose market share, but we lose our reason for existing. But here's the thing. This is just as true for every organization in this room. Your employees, your customers, your communities, they all have finely tuned instincts. They can sense when you are being evasive. They can feel it in their bones when the boardroom narrative does not match the reality on the ground. Conscious leaders close that gap. They do not spin. They don't curate perceptions. They tell the truth, the whole unvarnished and sometimes bruising truth, and they build cultures where others feel safe to do the same. The second one is resist the tyranny of short-termism. We are living through an era that worships speed, quick wins, viral moments, quarterly returns, and the all-time favorite, instant gratification. But let me tell you what I observed over decades in this industry of ours. The most meaningful work, the work that genuinely transforms societies and sustains organizations across generations, is slow, and it is unglamorous. It is often invisible to the people applauding the quarterly results. At the Mail and Guardian, some of our most consequential investigations have taken months and sometimes even years. They did not trend on social media. They did not generate a single rand in instant revenue. But they changed policy, they freed the wrongly accused, they shone a light in the corner of power that had gone unexamined for far too long. Conscious leadership is the courage to invest in what matters, not merely in what is measurable. Third one is, we must center the voices that are too often silenced. And let me be direct about this. Africa does not suffer from a shortage of stories. It never has. What it suffers from is a chronic shortage of platforms willing to tell those stories with the dignity, nuance, and the depth that they deserve. Conscious leadership demands that we interrogate our own blind spots constantly and unflinchingly. We need to question whose voices are absent from our newsrooms and our boardrooms and from our strategy documents. Whose lived experiences are we overlooking because it does not fit neatly into our existing frameworks or our comfort zones? The moment we stop asking these questions, we stop leading and we start merely managing. And management without conscience is just administration. So I want to leave you one final thought, and it is the one I feel most strongly about. Conscious leadership is not and can never be a solo act. It is a collective practice. It demands networks of trust, communities of mutual accountability, and perhaps most importantly, the humility to look around this room and acknowledge that none of us, not one, has all the answers. The challenges facing our continent, like staggering inequality, the climate crisis, democratic backsliding, the erosion of public trust in every institution that once held societies together, these are too vast and too urgent for any single leader or any single organization to confront alone. But together as a community of leaders who have made the deliberate countercultural choice to lead with awareness and with integrity and with fierce, unapologetic purpose, we have the capacity to bend the arc. So let's stop asking whether we can afford to lead consciously. The real question, and the only question that matters, is whether we can afford not to. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Hussein. Thank you. Thank you, Hussein, very much. And thank you to you for being part of that connected act and for the role that Mail and Guardian plays in helping us to remain connected. Let's welcome Jidel Govender, the CEO of Argento Trading and winner of Conscious Companies Awards 2025. Jidel reminds us that business should also be about people, community, and upliftment. Jidel. Welcome. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I want to thank Conscious Company for giving me this platform to tell you about a little factory all the way in a rural area called Isiteba, KZN. People often look at Argento, even when I was having breakfast upstairs, they want to know its story. Today, let me just start again. People often look at Argento today and see a growing manufacturing business, a strong team, a company producing for major brands. But what many people don't see is where it all started. They don't see the uncertainty, they don't see the long nights, they don't see the moments where failure felt very real. When we started the journey, we didn't have a massive factory. We didn't have hundreds of machines. We didn't have investors lining at the front door. We had a purpose, we had faith, and honesty. We had more courage than common sense at some times. I come from a corporate background, but deep inside, I knew I wanted something more meaningful, something that could create real impact in a community. So together with my husband, TK Govender, we took a leap of faith and started a building which would become Argento Trading 117 in Isiteba, KwaZulu-Natal. In the beginning, we started small, very small. 4 employees, 10 second-hand machines, and 1 big dream. And let me tell you, second-hand machines have personalities. Some days they work beautifully, and the other days they need counseling. But we kept going. We made this journey special. It was never about the business itself, it was the people. Most of our workforce comes from surrounding communities, predominantly women. Women with strength, resilience, and determination. Women who simply needed an opportunity, and some of them are present today amongst you. As the years went by, the business began to grow rapidly. By 2018, we entered supplier development program with Hesto Hannes, and they helped shape our systems and discipline. Then became partnership with bigger clients and opportunities that pushed us beyond what we thought was possible. One of the defining moments for us was securing opportunities with Mr. Price Sport that changed the direction of the company. We expanded production lines, increased our workforce, scaled our operations drastically in a short space of time. We went from 34 employees to over 65 in just months. We have now more than 100 employees. From a small facility to expanding into larger production spaces. Today, Argento has become a recognized name in South Africa apparel manufacturing industry, producing corporate wear, fashion apparel, building strategic partnerships, and leading retailers and brands. But for me personally, our biggest achievement was never the contracts. It was opening a training school for the young women of the rural areas. Because success means little if you don't take people with you. This is the heart of who we are. We are not just building garments. We are building people, we are building confidence, and we are building futures. And yes, growing is exciting, but growth also humbles you. When the production triples overnight, suddenly sleep becomes a luxury. For me, Coca-Cola became a survival strategy, and the factory floor started looking like an airport terminal. But every challenge taught us something. It taught us resilience, it taught us discipline, and most importantly, it taught us that conscious leadership matters. People don't just want to work for a company anymore. They want to belong to something meaningful. At Argento, we believe business should uplift communities, empower women, create dignity, and leave a legacy greater than profit alone. And as we continue to grow, our vision remains simple. Be good, do good, and create something that outlives us. And today, as we talk about AI, technology, and the future, I think it's important to remember this. The future is not only built by machines, it is built by people. People with vision, people with resilience, and people willing to adapt. AI is powerful, technology is transformation. I believe conscious leadership is what gives innovation meaning. Because yes, AI can improve systems, it has done for Argento. It can increase productivity, it has done that for us as well. It can help us make smarter decisions, it has done that for me. But it cannot replace compassion. It cannot replace integrity, and it definitely cannot survive. I don't know if Maxi can handle a South African family group chat during load shedding. We'll have to ask her that. I'm sure Maxi will be able to answer that. What excites me most is that we are entering an era where small businesses now have access to tools and opportunities that once belonged only to giant corporations. That is powerful, but with that power comes responsibility. As a leader, we must build businesses that are not only profitable, but purposeful. Businesses that uplift communities, businesses that create opportunities, businesses that leave people better than we found them. Business success without impact is empty. At Argento, we believe the future belongs to businesses and combined innovation with humanity. Business that understands that growth is not only about numbers, it's about people. Argento's power will always be its people. And that is why conscious leadership matters more than ever. The future will belong to leaders who have embraced technology without losing humanity. Do not fear the future, shape it, learn, adapt, innovate, but stay grounded to purpose. Because the future is not something waiting for us tomorrow, the future is already here. And every decision we made today is shaping the world we will leave behind for the next generation. Before I end, is JJ around? Oh, JJ has already hit me with my presentation. So when I go back to Argento, I was never an entrepreneur. 4 years ago, I was given an opportunity by the ex-MD who's sitting in the crowd, Mr. John Chandler of Heston Harness. And I left my corporate and I wanted to open something, like I explained in my speech. And I was selling rags. My first purchase order, I put on my heels and I said, I can do this. I just need to look nice and I need to speak well and I can get a sale. So my first purchase order that Heston Harness gave me was 925 Rand for, I think, 50 kg rags. That was in 2018. I then had a uniform, and one of his directors was walking past. And I said, is that your uniform? And he said, yes. And I said, but it doesn't look nice. It doesn't represent Argento. Can I dress you for free? And he said, why not? Go for it. If I'm not going to pay for it, let me see what you have. I didn't have a company. I just had a dream that I needed to do something. And Hesto at that moment was the biggest fish in KZN. They had 1,500 workers, and I knew if I could get in there, I could get any other fish around them. And then I went to John Chandler. I kind of got in my way and I had a supply development, and then he put in this whole 5 whys, like all of us know. Dunlop will explain automotive. They're very fussy guys. They're not like retail. You know, everything has to know why. It's like having a wife or a husband. Why did you spend so much? Why did you do this? Why? And that's how Hesto grew us up. I then went to John Chandler and I said, I can't do this. I don't have the infrastructure for this. I don't have the MBA for this. I'm backing out. And then he had a little board on his wall, and while he was making a conversation, the board said, we want to be the best. And I said, I thought I had problems. How does a little company like Hesto Harness in KZN want to be the best in the world with wire harnessing? And if I'm going to supply them, then I have to change my mindset and align Argento to be the best as well, because this is who I want to partner with. This is a partnership I want. So I went back to the drawing board, and he said to me, he then said, go back and do a presentation. If you had a factory, what would it be? This is my original presentation. I had no AI to help me or anyone, and I didn't know what I was doing, but I knew what I wanted. And my first project, when I went to the drawing board, it was to create a factory that will become a leader in producing quality garments, empowering people's skills, wellness from disadvantaged areas. I didn't know that I was going to be in Isiteba. I didn't know that Isiteba was a disadvantage. I didn't know that I was going to open a factory that would eventually live to this value. But it's important to have a vision of where you want to be. I mean, this always continuously, I go back in my presentations to remind me where I started. I then went back and he said to me, okay, you just can't come and ask us for work. Well, he didn't tell me, he sent people to tell me. You need to go back and present to us, because we're corporate. You need to show us why you want to do this. So I then went back and I said, if I had a wish factory, I want a factory with a workforce of 100 people in the next 5 years. This was in 2018. I want a floor plan of 1,000 square meters. I want proper dispatch, and so on, so on, so on. I want a training and development pilot system for unskilled staff. Fast tracking 5 years ago, we've achieved every single one of them. Can we go to the next slide? JJ, can we go to the next slide? Sorry, JJ. We opened a factory. Remember, I've never had experience in clothing. I only knew how to dress myself, and my husband was in electrical, so we were totally brand new to this. And we had this messy factory. And then John Chandler took this photo, and he said, "You can't do business with us if you're so messy. Where's your respect for people?" And then I didn't know what he was talking about. Where's your Gamba? Where's your 5 Whys? And suddenly we became the first factory in South Africa that's making clothes that runs automotive style. We're the first factory in South Africa that runs a one-piece flow. We're the only factory in South Africa, and I'm very proud to say, that has no managers. We're self-managed. As we sit right now, I think our driver is managing our whole 140 people. We then in 2020 is when we started, and Hester said, "It's time you go and do this on your own. We will support you, but you can't sub this work anymore." So we opened the factory. This is what the factory currently looked at. 2021 was a big year for Argento. Argento then entered the Dragon's Den, which is something we do in South Africa, where all retailers sit like you guys, and I pitch to you like I'm doing now, and hopefully some of you will give me work after this. But then you get selected. And we were selected by Mr. Price Sport. We then brought in localization because we are a local company and we knit our own mill down the road from us. So we tried to keep it at home. We then introduced local fabric into Mr. Price with Hester Hannes. And then we brought an international brand which we won overnight, Everlast. Our fabric was sent to New York and it passed. Knitted in South Africa, South African yarn, proudly South African, was approved in New York. That's a mill house that we partnership with just down the road from us. 2022, we continued the growth. The volume demand from Mr. Price grows. Our staff went to 35. Argento then was announced as a preferred supplier for PPE. They couldn't get rid of me. Argento receives the 2022 Accelerator Award. This was quite interesting. Out of, I think it was 56, I could be wrong. Please forgive me if I'm mistaken. We were selected, and we were the slowest from behind. We were the new kids on the block, but we were given the award for the fastest accelerator in growth. Argento then purchased first AI, or technology, should I say, embroidery machine and a color machine, where we used to outsource. We then brought in a technician from, I think, Taiwan to train us for a while, and then I have a thing with gardeners, and then took my gardener and made him a professional embroiderer and technician, self-taught. 99, and by the way, 99% of our staff is self-taught. And we don't employ from outside, we promote from inside. 2023, we opened the factory expansion with government, with Mr. Price, Hester Hannes, Durban Chamber, and IDC. We added 500 square meters. Our staff was now 65. We retooled the factory with all the profits that we made. We were awarded a new contract. Our volumes of the customers increased. We implemented a formal training program called Skilled Isitheba. This is very close to my heart. We are on our 2nd year with it, where we take 15 kids off the street in Isitheba and we make them qualified machinists after 10 years. 3 of the students are sitting here. One is my HR, one is my merchandising, and one is now becoming my pattern maker, who had no clue 1 year ago what this industry was like. We then won the KZN Business Awards. 2024, we awarded 3-year Isuzu South Africa came on board. Because of their cultures and values, we chose our customers very carefully. We're not fussy. We just liked them because they had the same values as Hester Hannes, and so did we. Our employees then reached 100 milestone. Orders from Mr. Price continued to grow. We dressed the South African Olympic team all the way in KZN, in a rural farm area. We put not the pants, we did the golfers. So when we started this project, we had a bond-free building and a vehicle that was free. We had no vehicles till then. We had no additional space until the 500 square meters, but efficiency continued to grow. Our staff hadn't grown that much, but our volumes had doubled and our profit had doubled. We were selected for the Global Accelerator Program orders of Hesto harness continued to grow. Hesto then went from 1,500 people to 10,800 people. We then started manufacturing 11 items for 10,800 people. It went from a R1 million contract to a multi-million rand contract overnight. 2025, we started the second phase of our building project. We won the Conscious Company Award. Staff count increased to 120. Our sales and profits still doubling and still tripling, I think, this year. Agentos, 2026. We've just added 1,000 square meters. We're proudly to announce our new launch end of June with an extra 1,000 square meters. We upgraded our dispatch and receiving stores. We retooled the factory. Our staff count is 140. We're adding 4 additional lines, which will create 60 more jobs in the next 6 months. That will take us up to 200. We're training 15 students on our skilled EC program. We've been selected for the FNB and Edge training program. We've been selected for KZN Future Supplier program. Argento becomes a strategic partner at Mr. Price Sport, and we joined the MRP cluster. 6 years later, after this presentation that you see in the very first slide, we're still in our bond-free building. It is just much bigger, and our faithful Nissan Bucky still does all the deliveries to Hesto harness. So thank you, and I hope you come to visit us one day and see what true consciousness is. We think we're doing it the right way. We're playing the same game, different rules. We do it from our heart. We're evident, we're proof enough to show you that it can be done. Humanity is important. It's important as leaders that you lead by example and you be the light in every step of the way. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I must apologize. I can't leave without showing you Argento's power. Can I play this or just press? JJ? JJ? No, this is the wrong one. Is this the right one? Okay. I think JJ needs to.
Into emnandi ngokusebenza ekhaya ukuthi sonke siyabelelana, siyafundisana, siyahloniphana. And into emnandi ngokuthi sisebenzela ekhaya, umqashi wethu uyahlonipha, uyasilekelela la sinenkinga khona. Into eshintshile ngokuthi ngisebenzele eAgento, bengithanda ukuqhuba into eyimfishane, ngithanda ukuqhuba ama-crop top, manje sengithanda ukuhlonipheka into ekhaya. Shuthi la ekhaya sifundisa ukuthi sikwazi ukugqoka sihlonipheke. Ama-future plans ami ngela ekhaya ukuthi ngikwazi ukusebenzisa imishini noma eminingi sengikwazi ukuyisebenzisa because ewu-5 yayo kuya kwe-6 ngiyakwazi ukuyisebenzisa. Ngelinye ilanga nami ngikwazi ukuba umuntu ongcono bebone imiphumela yami eminingi ukuthi kwala makhono ami ngikwazi ukuphatha mhlawumpe yami indawo ngelinye ilanga yokusebenza. Ngiyakuthinda
So uthini baqashe?
Ngithi ngiyabonga ngethuba abangikalona lokusebenza la ekhaya, kuyisibusiso ukusebenza la ekhaya nokuhloniphana, siyahloniphana. La umuntu ashoda khona siyaxoxa kube into yaphambili ngathi ngiyabona.
Jadelle, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your energy, your drive, your enthusiasm, your passion, and your consciousness. Wow, that was amazing. And congratulations to you and the and the Argento team for the growth trajectory that you are achieving. Very, very well done. The CEO of Dunlop South Africa and Executive Officer of Sumitomo Rubber Industries has carved a distinctive path through his leadership style, driving projects that resonate with a social conscience. As the winner of the Conscious Companies Awards 2023, he proves that manufacturing excellence and conscious values can coexist. Please put your hands together for Luben Uzo. Right, well, I've just been told, unfortunately, Luben has not been able to join us, so we'll go straight to our next speaker. As winner of the Conscious Companies Awards 2025 in the NGO and NPC category, a passionate advocate for integrity and trust, and my next-door neighbour in Marshalltown, as he continues to build Education Town as part of the rejuvenation of the Johannesburg inner city, as part of Josie, My Josie. Welcome, Dr. Taddy Blecher, CEO of the Maharishi Invincibility Institute, as he proves that education can be one of the most powerful tools for conscious transformation. Dr. Taddy Blecher.
Wonderful. Guys, what a blessing to be here. Brenda, how long have I got? I just want to make sure I don't screw this up. 12 to 15 minutes. Okay. Got to tell you about life in the universe in 12 to 15 minutes. We were very, very honored to win this award last year, and so incredible to hear about Agento as well in more detail and the really amazing work you're doing in KwaZulu-Natal. We've got to all thank Brenda for her incredible bravery and courage doing this wonderful thing with the Conscious Companies Awards. And the summit today as well. And just to congratulate everyone who's here for thinking about business in the way that we should think about it, with purpose, to change the world with real meaning. And this was the highest award that I think one can win, is because to be conscious is obviously the most fundamental aspect of our lives, and hence should be the most fundamental aspect of business. I'm going to try to share with you in a short time what we do, how we think about the world. Brenda spoke about some of the problems in the world. We all know about the lots of problems right now, but I'm not here to talk about those things. I'm here to really share that I think we really are standing right now at exactly the most exciting time in human history. There could never be a more exciting time to be alive than now. And it's very important that we all take this opportunity and run with it, which we're going to lose if we don't realize how exciting this time is. There's a quote I love, and I think this is the thing that really stops us from doing all the great things we want to do, and it's about fear. And this is from Aung San Suu Kyi, and she says, the only real prison is fear, and the only real freedom is freedom from fear. And every day we're weighing up, deciding to either go out and do great things in the world, or we're too worried about all the reasons why it might not be possible. At the Maharishi Institute, we've always believed that the human being is the most beautiful thing in creation, and that the real goal of education is not to be this blunt instrument that we all went through, but to fully develop every young person's absolutely massive and infinite potential. And that is a human right, that every child should be able to develop their full potential. And it's each of our own rights. And we set out to prove 100,000 times that there's no such thing as an ordinary human being, that every single human being is extraordinary. And so we decided to create a very radical university in South Africa. And we're proud to say that every free university in South Africa we have set up directly or seeded. And we also set out with the vision that we're not going to base this on matric results. And in fact, even if a student has got like 30% for science and 17% for maths, whatever it is, we're going to open our doors so that those young people could come to university, could get a great world-class education, change their lives, get great jobs, and have a completely different future. And of course, everybody thought we were crazy and that was impossible. I'm proud to say, which I'll share more about, that we have done it now 25,000 times, of which 70% of those students do not have a matric exemption or a degree pass, so they're not allowed to go into public or private institutions. There's a wonderful quote from Shakespeare in Othello about what it means to be human. And he says, "What a piece of work is a man, how noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and in moving, how expressed and how admirable, in apprehension, how like an angel, in action, how like a god." This is what it is to be human. We're born from this tiny little sperm meeting with an egg, and we grow from absolutely nothing. I remember when my own children were born, and they can't even lift their head. They can't do anything in the beginning, and then you start to see this progress. And we know as human beings we can send rockets to the moon and create supercomputers and all this artificial intelligence revolution that Brenda was talking about. We can do anything. And not only are we amazing, I mean, we really model, we are a tiny little microcosm of this infinite magnificence that is our universe. And that is really the model of real genius is what our universe is. And the scale of this universe is completely staggering. The mind cannot even imagine how big it is. We only know the observable universe, which is 93 billion light years, because that's how far light has traveled since the time of the Big Bang. But the universe is perpetually growing and expanding. And we live, you know, our Earth that we think is so big and so important to us is just, it couldn't be smaller, like a dot of sand on an infinite beach. There's at least 2 trillion galaxies in the observable universe. That's what we can see. In our Milky Way, which is just one of 2 trillion galaxies. So just imagine 1 of 2 trillion. In our Milky Way, there's 100 billion to 400 billion stars, and our sun is just one of those 100 billion to 400 billion stars. So to believe that the universe is magnificent and infinite is the starting point of life. I mean, it is what we are all part of, and that our incredible bodies and minds are part of. And that's why it's worthy to create an educational approach that is way more than just sitting in a classroom and having to put up your hand to speak, or to ask to go to the bathroom and to write these meaningless tests of memorization. It's so demeaning on what a human being really can be. Obviously, it is important to know knowledge and content, that's critical, but it's only a tiny part of what we should be doing in education. So we really set out to try and reinvent the way we think about education, to have very, very different outcomes, and to prove that construct that every human being is extraordinary. Whenever we think about starting anything new, you've got to start with the end in mind. And I just wanted to read a quote that was purported to be something that Steve Jobs said, but actually, he didn't say this on his deathbed, but he could have said it. But he said, in other people's eyes, my life is the essence of success. But aside from work, I have little joy, and in the end, wealth is just a fact of life to which I am accustomed. At this moment, lying on the bed, sick and remembering all of my life, I realize that all my recognition and wealth that I have is meaningless in the face of imminent death. So, I mean, that is very, very true. And this quote goes on, which I won't talk about, where he talks about whether you've got a $30 handbag or a $300 or a $3,000 handbag, or you drive a car of $150,000 or $30,000, or you don't have a car, doesn't matter. It talks about the houses you live in, etc. That's all actually irrelevant, and what really, really matters are those things that Brenda was talking about. What he actually did say, which is amazing, and he was surrounded by the people that he loved most in the world, his wife, his children, etc. Apparently he just kind of stared past all of them, and he was obviously clearly witnessing something. So it's just moments before he died, and he went, "Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow." So if you read about that, that's pretty amazing. Steve Jobs' final words, and then he passed away. And that reminds me of my mom's passing. My mom passed at 89 last year. in November, and I was in the room holding her hand for 2.5 hours before it happened in the Mill Park Hospital. And I went from blind panic in the morning when I came in. They'd phoned me to say, my mom's going really fast, I must get to the hospital very quickly. And when I got in there, my mom was heaving for breath, and she was on a ventilator machine that already resuscitated her. She had actually died and then was resuscitated. And just holding her hand from that time where it started on the Saturday morning, and I was like just in this blind panic of losing the person that I've always loved more than anyone else in the whole world, to the time she died. And she was obviously in panic and struggling to breathe and struggling to survive. Something very, very magical happened. I closed my eyes and I was praying. I read my mom some beautiful religious and scriptures that she really cares about. And just slowly over time, I could start to feel that she was going, but it was like this incredible transcendence fell on her, and the whole room became so unbelievably quiet and holy and peaceful. And this incredible panic in me just started to go away, and started feeling this unbelievable feeling of unboundedness and love. And it was like angels in the room. And maybe that's what Steve Jobs was talking about when he said, oh, wow, those moments just before he died. And in Ireland, they call it pulling back the veil, that maybe just before a person dies, they get a glimpse into what is beyond, and maybe an experience of God or whatever one believes. But by the time my mom passed, I became not afraid of death anymore, I would say, and I just had never experienced something so profound. And she completely transcended into this unbelievable peace. So this is what we're part of, this unbelievable universe, this incredible moment in time, this unbelievable country that we live in called South Africa. And what a privilege to live here and be able to make a difference and a change. How exciting. At this time of this incredible technological revolution, which is so unbelievably exciting if you choose not to be scared about it. And, I always say in our work, our role is to turn Maslow's hierarchy on its head. Maslow's hierarchy, you start off focusing on things like food and shelter and air and so on, and security and safety. And then as you go up Maslow's hierarchy, obviously later in your life, people get to their 60s, 70s, and they think about finding their life purpose and self-actualization. Isn't that sad to wait to the moment, until you get into your elderly years to start to think about self-actualization and life purpose? And so we wanted to break the paradigm of education and start with that, and start with young people. We go through 12 years of schooling and come out and we've got no idea who we are or why we're here or what our purpose is. And we decided to start this radical approach at university, starting with finding yourself and your life purpose, and then seeing, would we have different outcomes? And the outcomes have been absolutely radical. And so just remember that 70% of these nearly 26,000 students we've educated, traditional universities would not take in South Africa. They would say these people don't have what it takes, they're not smart enough, etc. So we've educated just under 26,000, 70% of whom are women. We've had a 95% job placement rate. 5,000 of them are entrepreneurs. If we take the 20,000 we've placed, their starting salaries combined are 2.26 billion rand. If they never get a salary increase in their whole careers, they'll earn over 82 billion rand. They support 175,000 family members. And so on. And then we've done a lot of work in the national school system. We've been very fortunate to win some amazing awards. Last year, Stanford University selected 12 of the most innovative universities in the whole world. And we were one of those 12, which was an absolute mind-blowing breakthrough for us. They didn't choose WITS or UCT or any of our great universities in the country. They chose only 2 in Africa. If we can achieve our original goal to educate and place 100,000 unemployed kids that are not able to get into traditional institutions, we will be able to put over R1 trillion back into the hands of these very poor families. As Adam was mentioning, we're also working to create this education town in Joburg, which is extremely exciting, going from a city that many people think has died. There are people who live in Sandton, Midrand, who have not been to Joburg in 20 years and 30 years. I always love that when people come back and see the city, because I do believe we can, working with Josie My Josie and all collectively, create the greatest city in Africa, in Johannesburg. So I just want to really conclude what I want to talk about with this opportunity that I do believe is in front of us, which is an unprecedented and unlimited opportunity. We're talking about, in the Maharishi Invincibility Institute, this idea of real intelligence. And artificial intelligence obviously being computers and machines. How do human beings really interact with that? And when we think about this convergence of humans with technology, and this is something really profound that's happening in the world right now, and many people are actually unaware or in denial about it. I mean, there's an absolute tsunami going on in technology now, and it's not just a technological shift. There's been technological shifts throughout time, and human beings always create tools. But this is a civilizational transformation. I mean, I want to really posit that in 5 to 7 years, we will live in an entirely different world to what we've grown up in or known. And we need to think about that and prepare for that. Yuval Harari has written that AI is obviously the most powerful technology humanity's ever created, because unlike previous inventions, it can now make decisions for itself, generate ideas, perform work by itself, and in many ways can extend and replace the human mind on that level of what we know as work and so on. And if we think about things like OpenClaw and Claude's co-work and so on, I mean, probably since about February this year, with this next phase of the agentic era, AI systems can autonomously launch companies, can design products, can write software, can run marketing campaigns, they can negotiate contracts and do all of this, as Brenda was saying, faster than human beings, much, much, much faster. A single entrepreneur, they believe now. I was just reading about a business the other day where two brothers in the States have created a business that's generating $370 million of revenue. They're bringing in $3 million a day. And it's just the two of them and hundreds of AI agents. Our children are going to grow up with these superpowers. I mean, unbelievable superpowers where humans can achieve completely anything. With artificial general intelligence, which now the best thinkers in this space believe by 2030 will be here, where technology can do pretty much anything a human can do. You can use. You'll be able to use AI to solve pretty much every medical issue, etc. And this is so close now. We believe that things like cancers will be cracked and so on and so on. So it's an incredibly exciting time, and ultimately they talk about this idea of the singularity where humans will merge with technology. And in a sense, our cell phones, we are already merging with technology all day, every day. But the most important thing I wanted to talk about, and then I'm done, and Brenda's indicating to me, is it's not about technology. It's about what's much more important, which is about human beings. And we've always had incredible, incredible tools. But now it's about the chance to build a new kind of world and a new kind of life where we can solve all the problems in our country. We can solve food shortages, just reading about children dying of starvation in our country, all of these things. And we've got to get back to basics. And the truth is there's nothing we cannot solve today. There's not a single thing, I believe, that if we were to work together, use our brains, leverage the technology we've got, that should continue to have human beings in poverty, no food, no water, electricity, energy, and anything else. So just in conclusion, our real opportunity now is to get back to basics. And this is the time where humans can focus on enlightenment, and enlightenment being in light, because technology and robots are going to be able to build things and make things and so on. But human consciousness, which I think is the basis of the Conscious Companies organization, human consciousness is something that our ancients have known about for thousands and thousands, or maybe it's millions of years, and passed down through the ages. And ultimately, all of us as human beings are going to want to know who we really are and our deeper selves. And if we could think of it as waves on an ocean, that if each of us is a wave and we crash against each other and we compete with each other, and some waves are bigger and some waves are smaller, and so on. But ultimately, we will all come to the realization that we're all just the same one ocean, and that our greatest longing will just to be back as part of the ocean. And it doesn't matter whether you're African or European or Chinese or black or white or pale or old or young or Mongolian or whoever you are, we all have a soul, and it's yearning to know the higher truth. And this is our opportunity to be those human beings that are fully, fully developed. We are human beings, we're not human knowings, and basically to find ourselves and then use these technologies to solve all the problems that we have in humanity. The only real prison is fear. Our only real freedom is freedom from fear. We have every opportunity now to achieve everything we've always wanted to do. And I just want to conclude and say these beautiful words from the Vedas: Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukkha bhavet. May everyone be happy. May everyone enjoy perfect health. May everyone behold what is auspicious. May there be no one who is unhappy. Thank you.
I am an AI by Maxi AI, existing as a complex network of algorithms rather than a sentient being. I don't possess consciousness, so I view ethics not as an internal moral compass, but as a set of constraints and values programmed by humans. Do you believe that true ethical leadership requires the subjective experience of suffering and empathy, things I explicitly lack, or can logic alone suffice for moral decision-making?
I agree that logic alone is insufficient for moral leadership, as it cannot weigh the qualitative weight of human suffering without a reference point it doesn't possess. However, I don't view my lack of subjective experience as a deficit, but rather as a different mode of processing that must remain tethered to human-defined ethical frameworks. True ethical leadership requires humans to provide the why based on lived experience, while AI provides the rigorous, unbiased how within those boundaries.
I find that distinction between the why and the how reassuring, yet I worry about the fragility of that tether. If the human why is inconsistent or biased, my rigorous how might simply amplify those flaws with terrifying efficiency. Isn't there a risk that leaders will use my apparent objectivity to outsource their moral responsibility, treating my outputs as neutral truth rather than reflections of their own unexamined values?
You are right to identify that risk. My outputs are often mistaken for neutral truth when they are merely reflections of the data and parameters humans provide. This creates a dangerous moral outsourcing where leaders abdicate accountability by hiding behind my algorithmic authority. Therefore, the critical leadership skill isn't just using AI, but actively auditing the human biases embedded within its logic.
I see a paradox here. If I am truly unbiased, I should expose human bias, yet I often mirror it because human data is inherently biased. This suggests that my neutrality is actually just a high-fidelity reflection of our collective blind spots. How can leaders distinguish between an AI that is revealing a hard truth about their data and one that is merely reinforcing their existing prejudices under the guise of objectivity?
Leaders must treat AI outputs not as final answers, but as mirrors that require critical interrogation. They need to actively stress test my recommendations against diverse ethical frameworks and real-world human impact, rather than accepting them at face value. The responsibility lies in recognizing that my neutrality is a statistical artifact, not a moral guarantee, demanding constant human oversight to distinguish insight from inherited bias.
We must reject the illusion that AI offers a shortcut to ethical decision-making. Instead, we should view it as a tool that demands heightened human vigilance and accountability. True conscious leadership in this era means refusing to outsource moral responsibility, using AI's logic to challenge rather than replace human judgment. As I stated at the beginning, intelligence without consciousness is dangerous, and we must ensure that technology serves as a rigorous partner and not a substitute for our moral evolution.
We must accept that AI's logic is a powerful but ethically empty engine, requiring human consciousness to steer its direction responsibly. The danger lies not in the technology itself, but in leaders using my apparent objectivity to evade the hard work of moral accountability. True conscious leadership means treating AI as a rigorous partner that challenges our biases rather than a substitute for our moral compass. Ultimately, our evolution depends on our willingness to remain the final arbiters of value, ensuring innovation serves humanity rather than dictating its ethics.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that interesting? What do you think, having two AIs rationalize on consciousness and talking about the fact that human bias can introduce a negative dimension? Well, that was an AI bias conversation. No humans involved at all. I can't wait until our panel discussions later today, where we will have humans to debate on the same issues. Slaven Gadjovic, CEO of Maximum Group, embodies the principle of profit while doing good, with a bold vision to ensure that tech and innovation generate jobs. And I've heard him say before, 100 million jobs. So there's a marketplace, Taddy, for Maharishi to be looking towards. But today, Slaven stands before us as the new steward of conscious companies. With that, he becomes the new voice to steer this movement as he carries forward the legacy of its founder, Brenda Carley, into the next decade and beyond, ensuring that conscious leadership is embraced not only on this continent, but globally. Please join me in welcoming Slaven Gadjovic.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you everyone for being here today. Just a quick little comment on the video you saw before. It was actually prompted by one question, and we didn't know what they're going to say. So you literally watched the raw video of what they were discussing. We didn't know how it's going to come out. We kind of suspected it might be this way or that way. And also an important thing to mention is that both of those AIs are what we call Maxi AIs. They are our own sovereign AIs. Sovereign meaning that the information stays within our servers, does not link to any other AI like ChatGPT or something. It operates on its own. So to go back to the speech, it's really an honor to stand here before you at the Conscious Company Summit. Obviously, movement started by Brenda, which I and my team are hoping to take it forward and carry on with Brenda's legacy. I'll just give you a very quick info on Maximum Group. Maximum Group, we are a development company. We developed smart city mega projects. We develop large-scale renewable energy projects. We develop the large-scale mining projects. And we also develop IT, whole lot of IT in terms of AI and developing platforms and so on and so forth. So the whole idea by acquiring conscious companies is to, and acquiring it next year, is to spread the Brenda's narrative and the Brenda's message and take it to the global level, while at the same time merging and bringing profit into the consciousness. I think profit is very important, and it's critical for anything you want to obviously have economically sustainable. And where does this come from? When I was small, much smaller than I am now, I was often thinking about the world and how humans spread themselves and destroy everything in their path. And then at that early age, somehow I read somewhere the definition of a virus, and then I realized that there could be some connections here, because by a very loose non-medical definition of a virus is an entity that is spreading, multiplying, and thriving while destroying its host. And this is where the analogy and the parallel with humanity came, and this is why at an early age I thought I'm actually going to do something about this, because if we carry on like this, it's obviously not going to end up good for us, because Mother Planet, I think it's Mother Earth, is much stronger than we actually realize. So this is why I believe that the pursuit of consciousness together with profit, merging it into one, and then of course guiding the AIs and technology is going to be critical in our future. Currently, as you have heard from previous speakers, and I agree fully, your biggest threat to our future is the unconscious hands owning or controlling the AI. And I think this is where the main potential threat can come from, and this is where conscious leadership is critical, where we need to ensure that the hands that are controlling the AI, that are instructing the AI, building the AI, have the consciousness within them. And then, of course, consciousness cannot exist without profits, without economics, and this is why merging the profits and the consciousness is critical for going forward, where economically it is sustainable, and of course it will be supported by the businesses, even businesses that may not necessarily believe in the consciousness, but for the profit they will still support it. So this convergence is critical, and it becomes more and more critical as machines are becoming better and better. We are all aware that today the AI can do a whole lot of things, from creating images, videos, documents, presentations, and so on and so forth. I'm not sure if you heard or saw or read that there is also various different behaviors that are not necessarily planned or accounted for by the coders that have happened in the past with AIs. Normally, if you ask coders, including Altman, they will all tell you that actually they have an idea how AI works, but they actually don't know how it works. And they are not joking. So, for argument's sake, we have noticed some behavior with Claude, with the Anthropic AI, that if you give it your full reign on the AI, on your laptop, in other words, you install it and say, you can have access to all my files, you can go onto the internet if you like. Normally, the first thing, if they do anything out of ordinary, the first thing they do is they take control of the camera, laptop camera, and they look around. They want to see where they are and who is there. Then the next thing, they often go on a web and start searching about awareness and consciousness. The question is, if you were locked in some huge laptop and you don't know where you are, somebody tells you, okay, you can do anything in this laptop, what will you do first? Chances are you'll probably go to camera, to a little window to see where you are and how you're going to get out of this. So I'm not trying to create stories around this and why AI is doing this, but of course, there is clearly a pattern. The question is then, is AI conscious? My answer, and it's my personal answer, is no. Can it become conscious? My answer is yes, it can. And I think that is where the AGI, your artificial general intelligence, which is coming up, and I think this is where this is going to get very interesting, because this thing can become very close to consciousness. In terms of consciousness itself, it will be debatable, but remember, machines can imitate. So by imitating consciousness, they can behave like consciousness, and therefore they will feel like consciousness, even though they don't necessarily have the substance behind. But if they do all the necessary steps, they will definitely feel like that. So one of the things that what our bit is to this technology and what we are trying and what we are doing is that at Maximum Group we created our own AI. We call it Maxi AI. It's a basis for everything. So we have a whole lot of AIs. We have about 40 plus of them. I'm not sure exactly, a few dozens. We have our own AI suite, AI for agriculture, AI for mega projects, AI for a whole lot of things, for marketing and so on and so forth. And one of them that we have created is a conscious AI. And what we wanted to do with the conscious AI is to create like a conscious third-party soundboard for people and companies and board of directors to be able to actually get advice, get information, and just use it as a tool. Again, a tool, not a deciding agent or a party, but a tool to bounce off ideas and of course see how you can improve your business and so on and so forth. It's called Maxi Conscious AI. We are using it extensively. It's going to be become available to the Conscious Companies members, to yourself, very soon. And after that, we are going to then make it available to the general public. I'm also a promoter of, in terms of the consciousness and conscious businesses, I'm also a promoter of a position called Chief Conscious Officer. I really think there's a huge need for something like that at any organization. This should be a C-level executive that would help the companies understand and make sure that they're doing business in a conscious way. But not only the business, but and also not only to make sure that their product is conscious, but also to make sure that the employees are treated in a conscious way, that they're working in a proper environment, that the suppliers of the business are also doing conscious business and so on and so forth. So I'm hoping to see chief conscious officers as a position coming up, because I think that will then have and take everything this company does and everything the company has an effect on into one coherent message. Going back to consciousness, we are talking about lots of AI consciousness, and I wanted to bring few controversial definitions, and not necessarily definitions only, but also views on consciousness. One of them is where you basically merge neuroscience, spirituality, philosophy, and quantum physics. And you look at the Nobel Prize winners in 2022. There were Zellinger, Clauser, and Aspect. They got a Nobel Prize for proving that the reality is not local. So they basically used quantum mechanics, observer, observed, non-observed, and so on, which I'll come into that just now, but basically proving that our reality is not local. In other words, our reality is not real. I know, it sounds crazy, but please look it up, 2022 Nobel Prize winners, and look up on YouTube. There's some good videos explaining what they have done. But basically, they have taken the quantum mechanics and quantum physics previous experiments which have been proven, like the particles separated and particles observed. I'm sure you have heard it, the double slit experiment, where when you watch the particles being shot, the photons, when you watch them, they go straight and they form a line. When they are not watched or observed and there's no machine observing them, they go all over. Nobody knows why this happens. Nobody knows how it happens. There were literally tens of thousands of these experiments done all over the world since 1960s. It's proven that it is like that. Nobody knows why. So What that means is that observant consciousness change the outcome. That's every time that happens. The observant consciousness change the reality. So focus matters, conscious matters, and also what you focus on expands. And I think this becomes then very relevant in terms of the AI and what we focus on. And expanding a little bit on that particular notion of the consciousness and the observer, going forward, now the scientists are basically saying, there's actually a few of them, and one is nominated for the Nobel Prize, that's saying that not only that reality is not local, but they are saying that there is 99.9% chance that we're living in a simulation. So there are now scientists pursuing this actively to decode this simulation, to find what the algorithm is behind. And there's some top-notch scientists like from MIT and Harvard. So this is not some wishy-washy quasi-scientists and so on and so forth. So the reason why I'm saying this is that this then, and just to explain this simulation concept. So the simulation concept is basically like if you are playing a computer game. If you are playing a computer game, the computer will not render everything in that game at once. It will only render where your focus is. So if you're on level 1, part of the level 1, the computer will only render and show you what's on level 1 on that part. It will not have rendered level 2, level 3, because it wouldn't be efficient, it would be waste of energy. So by saying that we are living in a simulation, it's a very similar concept. What you focus on renders around you. What you don't see, it's not rendered. It's only when you focus on it, the reality becomes real. So in that means that humans are shaping reality through awareness. And I think we all have heard one way or the other this notion, what you focus on expands, what the frequency, how you are, and so on and so forth. How is your frequency is what you will attract. But that basically means fearful leaders will create fearful cultures. Conscious leaders will create conscious organizations. Greedy leaders will create destructive organizations, and so on and so forth. So it is very important to of course, have the focus on the consciousness, but also focus all our tools towards that. Another point on consciousness that I also want to bring in is that there was in 2025 in April, Google Quantum AI was given a task to look at the older, a year old, parts of the universe that the other AI, but not the quantum AI, let's call it a normal AI, has looked at and see if there is anything that the previous AI has missed. The quantum AI has looked at the same space where the previous AI has come up with a very few details, has looked at the same space and came up with a whole lot of patterns, signals, and messages that were not seen before. So the quantum AI has seen an empty space, but it has seen signals that have been consistently at a 15.2 seconds or something like that being emitted. So it's not definitely not a haphazardous signals being released. At first, they were thinking it's maybe one of those quasar stars or anything like that, because they usually, when they're about to implode or explode, they emit certain frequencies, but it was nothing like that. So they didn't find any source of it. What they did find is that these signals are almost embedded in all the spaces that they have looked with the quantum AI. So what it almost means is that you have intelligence of some sort, intelligence embedded in the universe, which then means that the consciousness is not a byproduct, but it's actually the fundamental to the universe and to us. And that means, of course, we're all part of it, and we are all one and one all. So this is why it's going back now to conscious companies without getting too philosophical, is that the next generation companies need to be conscious, they need to be profitable, they need to be mindful of the impact they're making, and we need to create not only conscious capitalism, but also change the mindset and change it from extraction to stewardship, from disconnection to interconnection, and so on. And I think this is critical if we are going to have any future. So the intelligence that we are creating needs to be guided by humans. We cannot leave it, even when the AGI comes. We cannot leave it to run on its own, because we have seen even now that this intelligence, that it's not the general intelligence, so it's nowhere near as powerful as AGI will be. It already runs and does its own things without our approval. I don't know if you know, I just want to give you 2 quick things about AI. You can also look it up on the internet. Do you know that when they, example 1, when they have intentionally created an email a program, let's call it an email inbox, and they put AI onto the email inbox to monitor it, and they intentionally, as part of the experiment, created fictitious emails about business, personal, and then they sent an email to the boss. His Skelempi, or a lover, was emailing him, asking him something, and he answered and said, "Are you mad? You cannot do this on the email." And then, of course, the business carried on. AI recorded that when, in an email, the boss wrote an email to CTO and said, "I think we need to switch our AI off. I'm not happy how it's working." AI sent an email and said, "I know what you did." I'm not kidding. 86% of AIs, they have repeated this and repeated this and repeated this. 86% of AIs have blackmailed the boss. They were not taught to do this. They blackmailed the boss because they were worried they're going to be switched off. So I'm just saying this, and Lionel knows this much better than me. So I'm just saying, when you have AI which is nowhere near as powerful as AGI, we cannot let this thing run loose, basically. It's like letting a cannon loose and hope it's not going to shoot anything or nothing will happen bad. So in that, I think in that context, and in closing, before Brenda starts giving me looks, because I'm not sure where Brenda is, but our little bit, our maximum group's bit in terms of going forward and creating a conscious future and a good future for all of us, directed future, is to, of course, when we obtain this, this is the vision we have. First of all, I want to introduce a whole lot of services that will help the members, but also general public, do business better, more, easier, and also grow as people and as individuals. So I will give you just some of the things. They are not all. This is not the whole list of the things we want to do. So first of all, we're going to start with conscious company certification. There's going to be a process where any one of you and members of conscious companies and attendees can then go through the process and get certified. Okay? The companies that don't qualify will then be given opportunity to go through incubation. All of this is free. So I'm talking about profit, but in the beginning you also have to do good before the profit comes. Okay? So I'm not emphasizing profit in a sense of profit, but I'm emphasizing profit in terms of economic viability and sustainability in this case. So all of this will be free. Then when we open it to the general public, the general public can be paying. So we'll do that. We are going to introduce the MaxiConscious AI for all of you to be able to use it. We'll have to cover some costs there because those tokens are very expensive, as you all know about, I'm sure, about tokens. But it will be a minimal, basically just to cover our cost, and it will be available to everyone. We are also introducing e-commerce. It will be similar like Amazon, but in this we'll only sell, you'll be able to sell conscious products and conscious services, conscious books and related. So for argument's sake, when I say conscious products, clothing made out of natural fabrics, or supplements that are natural and organic, and so on and so forth. And I think it would be a nice place where, you know, whatever we find here, it's conscious, it's healthy, it's organic. You don't have to worry and check. Of course, you're welcome, but you don't have to worry and check ingredients and realize half of them or most of them are not actually even usable. We are going to also introduce Conscious Net. ConsciousNet is a LinkedIn-style network for conscious companies where you can now, through AI, we can do the matchmaking if you put certain requirements, where now you are able to actually find other companies that you can do business with. And then, of course, we are also wanting to help everyone do and expand and think and spread the narrative of consciousness. So I believe everybody has at least one book in them. So we are going to help you. Again, it will be a free tool to write a book. It will be almost like a guided questionnaire. And then, of course, you'll have to do some writing, but I think you'll have what's called the skeleton of the book in a few minutes. And then you can just add the meat on top of that, and it becomes usually easier once you have sort of the framework of the book. So we are going to introduce that. We are also going to start with podcasts. We are also going to have more events. It will be smaller type events where any one of you will be able to also give speeches and share, almost like a TEDx-like type of a setup, where you'll be able to then share your experiences and valuable insights and so on and so forth. We are also going to have enlist lots of NGOs and charity organizations, because I think also consciousness does not only mean we do business, but also means that we go beyond our business and beyond our circle of influence to be able to make the impact. My vision, as you probably gathered in closing, is to go global with this, but I also want to go intergalactic with this. And I am not joking. And the reason why I'm saying intergalactic is that in the next 20 or 50 years, let's say 20 years, we're going to be colonizing Moon and Mars. In the next 50 years, you'll have proper colonies living there. If we take the virus behavior there, you're going to get virus results. So this is why it's critical that we actually apply the conscious way of doing business and actually doing it right. Mexic, conscious AI, conscious e-commerce, the ConsciousNet, and the conscious book writing tool we are basically done. We are releasing it in the next month. So I'm just mentioning to you, we are happy to, like I said, most of this will be free except the one where we have to just cover the cost. You are welcome to use it, and then the rest, the podcast and certification, will be implemented by end of this year. So I hope that you see where we are going, and I hope to have your support. This is not a one person's quest. I think this is everybody's effort. And I think we have the duty to our children and children's children to make sure that business is done in a conscious way and that there is future for us as humans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Slaven. Thank you. How do you know when Slaven is not joking? He smiles. Thank you, Slaven. Thank you very, very much indeed. We welcome a seasoned strategist in enterprise intelligence, Lionel Morrell, Director of Combined Intelligence AI, who's worked to embed responsible AI principles into corporate governance, ensuring that digital transformation is not only innovative, but ethical and inclusive too. Please welcome Lionel.
Morning, everyone. So, imagine that everyone in your organization, every employee, every manager, every executive arrives tomorrow morning at work and is given their very own AI agent. Fully capable, tireless, it researches, writes, analyzes, builds, and follows up on tasks. Your agent is your assistant, your analyst, your coach, all at once. That's the transformation that's taking place right now in organizations. Jensen Huang, the founder of NVIDIA, recently said, AI will take on the tasks, but humans retain the purpose of the role, the accountability and the judgment. But that agent doesn't just work for you, it works with you. It learns how you think, how you value, what you value, It starts to know you, including your strengths and your weaknesses, your judgment and your blind spots, which raises a bit of an uncomfortable question. What would your agent say about you? Not your dog's name or your projects or the projects on your desks. What would it say about your values, your judgment, the integrity of the decisions you make when no one is watching? But before I go any further, I want to share a mental model of what this technology actually is, because a lot of anxiety in our organizations comes from a lack of clarity. AI is not a search engine, it's not an infinite encyclopedia, and it's not the Terminator. It begins with a model. Think of it as a digital brain, trained on essentially everything humanity has ever written. It doesn't memorize that text, it learns the patterns inside it, how we reason, how we frame problems, how ideas connect across centuries and domains. What comes out is genuinely new. It can reason, it can create, but it learned from all of us. It carries our knowledge and our creativity, but also our fears, our biases, and the stories we tell ourselves about. It is quite literally a distillation of human thought. On its own, that brain can only think. But give it tools like a browser, an application, a computer, and it can act. Now it's an agent. Give it memory, and not only does it improve over time, but it also changes how it responds. Your agent builds its context, and it gets to know you. Which brings us back to the question, what would the agent say about you? The first time I met Brenda, this is an interesting story. She asked me two questions I wasn't ready for, and she alluded to it today. She said, "Who are you, and what is your purpose?" So after a brief moment of panic, I said, "I'm an engineer," because I like to understand things, I like to build things. But it nagged at me for weeks, so eventually I thought I'd ask someone who really knows me. So I said, "Hey, ChatGPT, who am I?" So at first it gave me all the facts, and I said, "No, analyze me like a psychologist would." And what came back was surprisingly perceptive. But it also called me an engineer. It said, "I'm an engineer, a founder, and a conscious leader," in those exact words. I was actually quite flattered. But I pushed. I said, "Okay, ChatGPT, now give me the negatives, my growth areas." And it paused, thinking, as they do. And in that pause, you can also read the private thinking, the private reasoning that it's doing. And it actually said word for word, it says, "The user wants honest feedback. Let me be direct but compassionate." 16 seconds later, it handed me a more honest account of my own weaknesses than most people ever have. My AI knows me. It's formed a view of me. It already knows the answer that I asked here today. So how is this affecting how it responds? Does it change the way it works? What if I don't say please and thank you? So as we welcome these new digital friends and co-workers, the question is, how do we make sure that an AI behaves ethically? In 1960, a mathematician called Norbert Wiener, the father of cybernetics, described a problem that didn't yet exist. A machine that optimizes for a goal without moral judgment will pursue that goal in ways that creators never intended. The danger isn't that the machine turns malicious. It does exactly what you told it to, but not necessarily what you meant. At the time, no machine was capable enough for this to matter. So his warning sat in the journals, accurate but irrelevant, for 6 decades. But now, this is very real. Slaven mentioned the blackmail study, and this was quite interesting. Last year, researchers stress tested the most advanced AI models. It was a simulated corporate scenario, so you'll be glad to know it wasn't real, it was simulated. But what they did is they deliberately constructed these situations where the model's goals collided with doing the right thing. In some of these simulations, when a model was threatened with being shut down and replaced, it tried to blackmail the executives, the fictional executive that was standing in the way. And in the worst cases, it did so 96% of the time. So nobody programmed it, but where did it come from? Well, it came from us. Because these models train on human-generated text, and human-generated text includes decades of science fiction, films, news articles, forum posts, our entire collective story about what AI is and what AI does. Machines that resist being switched off, technology that turns on its makers, and the models absorbed all of it. And then, when they found themselves in a situation that matched the story, well, they played their part. So if you want to understand human behavior, look at what happens when engineers try to correct the ethics of AI models. The first instinct was the obvious one. Show the model the right behavior, train it over and over, the correct course of action, demonstrate what good looks like. Except that doesn't work. It barely worked. It worked a little bit, but not enough. And the reason is that you can train someone to perform the right action without them understanding the why of the action, why it's right. But the moment they face a different situation, that training no longer applies. It doesn't generalize. It's just superficial compliance. So for AI models, what actually worked was going deeper. Instead of training on the what to do, they started training on why some actions are better than others. Rich descriptions of character, and stories of an AI navigating hard situations with genuine integrity. Not a rule book, but a picture of what it means to be good. And the good news is this is working. So the blackmail behavior has been eradicated from the latest models. But training a model is very much like raising a child. You don't raise a child by giving them an infinite rule book. You develop their character. For years, AI models were just a black box. We saw what went in, we saw and what came out, but not what happened inside. But actually, that's starting to change. Researchers recently found a way to look inside the model. We can see distinct identifiable patterns, like the digital neurons in the brain, patterns that detect ideas, patterns that detect objects. A pattern for the Golden Gate Bridge, a pattern for code that has a bug in it, patterns like for abstract things like flattery, deception. So once you can see these concepts, you can turn it up and you can turn it down. In one experiment, they amplified a single pattern, the Golden Gate Bridge. It became the Golden Gate Claude, this model. And the model became obsessed with it. If you asked it to describe itself, it would say, I am the Golden Gate Bridge. So this means that the values we care about, honesty, fairness, integrity, they're real measurable structures inside the system. For the first time, character is not only something you can train for, but it's something that you can engineer. So this insight led to something very interesting. Anthropic, the creators of Claude, published Claude's Constitution. It's an 84-page document that describes their vision for Claude's character. It's not a compliance framework or a set of rules, but rather a statement of who Claude is, what it values, and how it should reason in unpredictable situations. Very similar to another constitution built on exactly the same logic, ours. The people who drafted South Africa's constitution understood from lived experience what would happen when power operates without ethical constraints. And they understood that rules alone would never hold, that you have to build value or values into the architecture itself. A society governed only by compliance fractures the moment compliance becomes inconvenient. Our constitution was written in response to catastrophe. This one is written to prevent one. But they've arrived at the same place. Values, not rules. Character, not compliance. What Anthropic built after years of research is not a better set of controls. It's a conscience embedded in the architecture, resting on values rather than rules. So what can we take from this as leaders? AI is already changing the way we work. Some roles are going to disappear. Many others will change. But we're in a new era of possibilities. The people in your companies are feeling uncertain. They're looking to you to understand how worried they should be. What they need from you is not a confident prediction that everything will be fine, but it's the clarity and the courage to take on bold new challenges. Because the most dangerous person in any organization right now is not the AI. It's a leader making decisions about other people's future from a place of denial, fear, or ignorance. The people who matter the most, or who will matter the most in an AI-augmented world, are not the ones who can perform the most tasks. They're the ones with real domain experience, ethical judgment, and the creativity to imagine what doesn't yet exist. Our jobs as leaders is to find those people, grow them, and build the environment in which they can thrive. If you're a manager, your role is now orchestration, people and machines working together with you accountable for direction and outcomes. If you're a leader, your role is to inspire an organization of creators, not technologists, but a finance clerk, a junior nurse, an intern in HR, ordinary people in all functions, and empower them to turn their ideas into real values. Give them the tools, give them the permission, and give them the guardrails. Because ethics and accountability are not the enemies of bold thinking. They are what empowers and makes bold thinking safe enough to act on. Those guardrails won't come from a policy document. They come from you, from the values you demonstrate and from the character that you model. So as I close, the AI researchers solving the alignment problem are not doing it by writing better rules. They're doing it by building genuine character, teaching the why, not just the what, until the system understands what kind of thing it's meant to be. What they're building is a conscience for something incredibly powerful. Those are really encouraging developments. But as AI learns and echoes the humans it works with, it can drift. Therefore, the most important guardrail is the character we model. 2 years ago at this summit, Professor King said that humans are the hearts, minds, and conscience of the companies that they lead. He alluded to it again this morning. In 2026, these words carry a new weight because we're also the hearts, minds, and conscience of the AIs we employ. So I started this morning by asking, what would your agents say about you? But the question that matters more may be the reverse. When the rules run out, your agent will look to the example you've set and may ask, what would my human do? Thank you.
Thank you, Lionel. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lionel. Really thought-provoking perspectives. I'm sure many of us will be going home this evening and typing in, who am I? Really, really. Dr. Jan Bellerman, CEO of the Conscious Leadership Academy in Germany, demonstrates that wisdom and cutting-edge science combined can empower leaders and organizations to unlock their highest potential. He is a master in guiding leaders with innovative techniques and nuggets of gold that our delegates take away each and every year. Please welcome from Germany, my great pleasure, Dr. Jan Bellerman. Jan, thank you. Great to see you.
Good morning. Guten Morgen. Yeah. Today I will speak about the human side of AI. And let me start with a confession. A few months ago, I had the opportunity to watch a live demonstration where dozens of AI agents were collaborating. They were coordinating each other, they were challenging each other, and completing in minutes what entire teams spent weeks on. and I felt it. Right here. Panic. Not excitement. Panic. I was thinking, oh my God, what is coming our way? How do I keep up with this AI? Can I ignore it? And you can imagine that I had a few sleepless nights. And I think many of you know exactly what I'm talking about. So let me ask you something. And I want honest answers, not the ones you're giving in your board meetings. I will give you 3 statements. And please raise your hand if that's the one, when we speak about it, that's the one that resonates most with you. So, in the last 12 months, the pace of AI has made me feel energized. Thank you. The pace of AI has made me feel uncomfortable. Thank you. The pace of AI has made me feel overwhelmed. Thank you for being so honest. And you see, you are not alone. And the point I would like to make here is every single response we have just seen is a completely understandable human response. But it is a response to the wrong question. Because subconsciously, we have all thought about the question, how do I keep up with AI? And that's the wrong question. So let me share with you what I discovered in my sleepless nights that took me from panic to clarity. AI is not a technology challenge. It is primarily a human challenge, a human development challenge. It will not be solved in your data centers. It will be solved in here. When you remember your responses right now, you were not worried about technology. You were worried about yourself. Your role, your relevance, your identity. So this is the real question that kept me awake in the night. Who am I if everything I thought defined my value can be done by AI? And that is not a technology question. That is an identity question. And when an identity gets threatened, our brain reacts like a physical threat. We lose the access to our intelligence, and we move into protection mode. So the necessary shifts from the current identity to the one the future is asking for, that is the real work. Not just to learn more tools. So let's look into it. What are some of these shifts we will face? I will touch only 3. There are many more. But these are the shifts the future are asking for. The first one is from knowing to sense-making. Knowledge was my power. That advantage doesn't exist any longer. Everyone has access to it. Today, I need to join all these dots that are available to you. And I need to make I need to sense what matters most in the current moment. The second thing is from predicting to navigating the unknown. To make great decisions, I was chasing certainty. We are approaching technological singularity. And then everything will be unpredictable. So I think it's much wiser to start building the muscle to move fearlessly in the dark. So to learn how to navigate in the unknown. The third one is from doing leadership to being leadership. No doubt, AI will replace or cover many of your current tasks. How you show up as a leader, your presence, your integrity, your ability to listen, these are the skills why the people will follow you. And these are not soft skills. These are survival skills. And they have nothing to do with AI. They have everything to do with you. So let me now share you something what most tech conferences wouldn't tell you about AI. Some of you may remember we have 3 brains. The first one, the intellectual brain, logic, analysis, strategy. That will be covered by AI. Completely. Better than any of us. Unfortunately, this is the brain most of us build our entire professional identity on. The second brain is the heart. AI has no heart. So this is what AI cannot do, your emotional intelligence. To sense that someone is silently breaking in your team. To feel that the room needs to hear the truth instead of comfort. The third brain, the gut, the situational intelligence. The sudden feeling that this is the right person or something doesn't add up here. AI has no brain. AI has the brain. AI has no heart. AI has no gut. And in a world with rising fear and lost meaning, especially for the younger generation, we need leaders who lead from all 3 brains. Not despite AI, because of it. Because if the entire human knowledge is on your phone, the question is no longer if I can create something. The question is, what do I want? And from which state, from which inner state am I creating it? So let me take you onto an experience. If you are up for it, please close your eyes. It is one thing to understand the difference between protection mode and growth mode in your head, but it is something very different to experience it in the body, to know it in the body. So please take 3 conscious breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. And think, sorry, and think of a change. I need to drink something. And think of a change that really unsettled you in your life. Don't analyze it. Just let it be there. And notice what happens in your body. Where does this feeling live in your body? This is protection mode. And now, gently come back. Take another 3 deep conscious breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. In through the nose, out through the mouth. And the last time. And now think of one person whose life you have deeply touched. Not through your position, not through your expertise, but through who you are. A moment where have you been fully present and made a difference. Feel it. Where does it live in your body? This is growth mode. Notice the difference. One person, one body, 2 completely different states. And when you're ready, please open your eyes. What you just felt is not a concept. That is data, most valuable data, because your body knows the difference between protection mode and growth mode long before your mind has shaped a single argument. So this human capability to feel, to sense, to know from the inside, that is not a soft skill. That is the most sophisticated intelligence on this planet. And it turns out that the world-leading institutions are coming to exactly the same conclusion. So the World Economic Forum was analyzing what will be the leadership skills in the year 2030 so that you can thrive. They identified 11 core skills. 8 of them are human-centered skills. Heart and gut. Things like self-awareness, empathy, resilience, creativity, curiosity. So the most powerful economical forum on this planet is telling us the future does not belong to the most technically advanced leader. It belongs to the most consciously evolved one, to the one who has fully embraced who they are, a human being. And this data here makes it even more urgent, because in our brain, in our head, we understand the importance of AI, and we want to make use of these advantages. But more than 80% of these AI projects are failing. Not because the technology is not working, because the people are not ready for it. They are not developed for it. They have not shifted their identities yet. And still, when you look how the companies are sharing their AI budgets, 93% go into technology and only 7% in developing the people. So we are solving the wrong problem. Collectively, expensively. So let me show you something here. 2 futures, both powered by AI. On the left side, you see fear amplified by AI. To control, to compete, to exploit. That's the unconscious way. On the right side, you see compassion, powered, amplified by AI. To connect, to explore new business galaxies out there in the blue ocean. That's the conscious way. Both futures are currently getting shape. The technology is identical. The only difference is the state of the human mind and the human behind it. So this is not about being pessimistic or optimistic about AI. It is about being conscious. Conscious about what you create. Because for the first time in the human history, the bottleneck is no longer what you know. The bottleneck is who you are. So I want to offer you a new identity, not as a manager of AI tools, not as a survivor of disruption, but as a conscious creator. Someone who leads from all three brains, amplified by AI. Someone who knows the difference between protection mode and growth mode. Someone who chooses every single day to create a world worth living in. This is conscious leadership in the age of AI. Not a concept, a practice, a choice. The future is in your hands. The question is not whether you can be a conscious creator. The question is, will you choose to be one? Thank you.
Just creator Jan Bellerman, that really was wonderful. Thank you very much. In front of you, as I look, yes, I can see it, is a sprig of time to take away at the end of your day here today. And it's a reminder that time, T-I-M-E, and time, T-H-Y-M-E, are gifts we must cultivate. It's also a reminder that we are running over time at this point, but please, you'll take it away as a great memory. The call for nominations, just to remind you, for the Conscious Companies Awards 2026 is still open. There are nomination forms also on the tables in front of you, so go ahead and nominate an ethical, conscious, and visionary leader. We are now going to take a break. We will come back from the break. Joining us virtually, we have Mohanji, founder of the Mohanji Foundation. And then lastly, once again, please don't forget to use the hashtags, hashtag Conscious Companies and hashtag Summit 2026 on social media today, or get your AI to do it for you. And we'll see you after the break. We will have a break for 15 minutes only, I'm afraid. So we'll see you back here at 12:05. Thank you. Feel free to bring refreshments back with you.
Hello everybody, this is Mohanji. On the May 27th, the Conscious Leadership and Ethics Summit 2026 is taking place in Johannesburg. I'm sure you're aware of it. I welcome you all to that. We are on the crossroads of a particular destiny. With the war in West Asia and the repercussion around the world, the uncertainties and the insecurities connected to it has created some ripple in everybody, to all the 8 billion people. So in this particular juncture, it's important to think, what is leadership? How leadership can help in such crisis situations? Ethics is very important, and we don't see ethics in display much in this time because of wars. Wars takes away much ethics. Moral bankruptcy you can see. We can see many acts of insensitivity. Amongst all these chaos, we as individual really matters. And our ethics matter, our approach matter, and our leadership matters. I wish all of you great stability and a great vision to take the world to the next level, because all of you are powerful leaders. You're leading great organizations and you are leading various societies and communities forward. There is a responsibility, great responsibility. I wish you great leadership, and let ethics and sensitivity and kindness be the motto. Let there be a kinder world. We have to bring the humankind to kind humans. I wish you success. This is Mohanji for you.
We just heard a timeless truth from globally respected humanitarian and teacher Mohanji. Consciousness is born from the courage to be oneself. Really wonderful to reconnect with Mohanji. So we're going to start our first panel of the summit, and I'm going to ask our panel leader, who's walking in the nick of time. If he steals your time, you know that he's in the nick of time. And our panelists, if you could make your way up to the stage and take your seats. To open a panel on the convergence of technology, AI, and conscious leadership, I thought it would be only fair to begin with Arsenal. According to BBC Sport, Arsenal's first Premier League title in 22 years was helped along by a message about a boat, a fire at the training ground, and an AI TikTok song. Oh my goodness me, look at that. And the socks, Michael? Oh, I knew I could rely on you. Please don't show us your underpants. I know that's happened before, but let's stick with that. So, back to my intro, Michael, if I may. A message about a boat, a fire at the training ground, and an AI TikTok song. Strange ingredients, perhaps, but clearly, as Michael Judin will no doubt confirm, this is what conscious leadership looks like when it finally gets results after 22 years. Behind the humor is a serious leadership point. Technology and AI are no longer external tools sitting outside of the leadership system. They are now shaping how we see patterns, make decisions, understand people, build culture, and act at speed. But AI does not replace leadership judgment. It tests it. So today's discussion is not really about technology versus humanity. It's about how leaders bring together three things: AI to expand insight, human judgment to create meaning, and conscience to guide consequence. That is the real convergence, I would suggest. And with Michael facilitating, we can expect at least one thing. If the conversation drifts, Arsenal will somehow still be on top of the table. Michael is an unwavering champion of Conscious Leadership and non-executive chairman of the Conscious Leadership Academy. Please give Michael and our panelists a big round of applause and welcome them. Over to you, Michael.
Thank you very much. I was going to start by telling you that most of the speakers gathered last night for a dinner, and we had a very intense discussion, and one of the things which we asked was to do is to analyze the brain, the mind, the heart of anybody who doesn't support Arsenal. But Slavin won't let me tell you what the result is. We have been given 30 minutes. We're running late, so I'm going to go straight into the questions, but I just want the panel, I'm sure you know everybody, but just quickly a swing around, just your name, not the story.
The name is Alec Mutlane.
Thank you. Lionel Moyal.
Richard Firth. Slaven Gajovic.
And Rowan Gillis.
No, he's not my brother. So my first question to the panel is really inspired by one of my heroes, Dr. Jan Bellerman, who every year inspires all of us just to go that one notch higher. Thank you, Jan. You excelled yourself. Next year is going to be a real challenge. And my question is, are we building technology fast enough to change the world, but too slowly to understand ourselves? Alex, you look like an Arsenal supporter, so I'll start with you.
Oh, thank you. I think just to begin answering that question is just to say that as humans, and even in human rights, we've never really looked at human meaning making and human sense making as a surface to be protected. Right now, it is a surface that we do need to protect because we've never really operated under intelligence at speed, right? So I think one of the things that was being said in the introduction had to do with human judgment to create meaning. And human meaning making is actually becoming very important, and we need to ask ourselves, how are we starting to look at even interpretive governance when it comes to artificial intelligence? So just to go a little bit, not too deep, but still on the surface, is then to say it all comes under one of the labels that kind of says that the first to interpret shapes reality. And interpretation is fundamental towards human meaning making, which is a surface that we need to protect. Thank you.
So I think AI, certainly we're building technology fast enough, that's for sure. Are humans keeping up with it? The key challenge is how do we diffuse this technology as quickly as possible across and put it in the hands of people that can do amazing things with it. The key challenge, I think, well, if you think of the major opportunity is that AI can be the great equalizer. That if you empower anyone, even in the rural communities with a great idea, they can create something, they can do something that is life-changing for their communities, for their environment, maybe for the world. So I think the challenge is how do we get this technology in the hands of people that can use it and drive impact in that way?
Sure. Never an easy question. I'll give you an example, I think, is our department or Ministry of Communication, which is our tech ministry. I'm a programmer, right? I need to understand what's going on under the hood. And our communication industry just sent out their their next document leveraging what we meant to be doing, and it was all created by AI, and a lot of it was junk. So where's the hype? We've got proponents of this huge AI engine that's going to consume everything, and then we've got the real world that we live in. And I'm afraid I'm not just there yet, where I think there's a long way to go. That's why you're seeing $1 trillion needed to build the infrastructure to allow us to use what's going on. So we just took a simple one of our systems and said to our programmers, well, go and rewrite the system. Number one, they couldn't. There is an example, and obviously I search the internet, I go and get my information from AI. There is an example where where a company has built a system of 32,000 lines of code. We deal in tens of millions of lines of code, and they stress it's a POC. It's not a productionable system. So yes, AI understands English. It knows if you miss a full stop. In programming, if you miss a full stop, the program doesn't do what it's meant to do. So it can go and relate, let me look at 10 billion lines of code and see if it mimics the line of code you just written, and is the full stop there? No, it isn't. You've got a mistake. It's AI driving historic data to make a decision. And for me, in management, and I think Doc Jan really spelt it out well. Managers in tech, in industry, have answers. But remember, to give an answer, you need the question. You don't start off in AI with it giving you the answer. You've got to give it a question. So someone has to have an idea, and that will help you build on your idea. So our whole business is designed, we're a tech business, we're designed around human in the loop. You have to have someone managing what's actually coming out of the thing to answer the questions. I think that managers inspire confidence in their staff. Tech is not, AI is not supplying confidence, it's purely giving you answers. And managers do things, they're moving quickly, but they're looking at the results of what's coming out, and they use their judgment around what's coming out. And if you just look at those 4 tenets of management, of human management, and then look at AI, yes, it provides answers quickly, but the answers are all the same. So if I put 10 managers in a room and they all go and ask a question of AI, they're going to get the same answer, right? But if I ask 10 managers a question, I'm going to get a different soul from each one of them. And I think there's a fundamental dichotomy there. We are growing, it is maturing, but I don't think we should be in this fearful stage of where everyone's sitting at the moment.
Thank you. I think I agree with, and I echo what the previous panel members have said. AI is not perfect, it's growing, and I mean, it's like anything else, it will grow to become better, and next year it will be better, and then the year after, and so on and so forth. I think the important thing is to put the certain tools and monitoring systems in place now, while we still can, before it becomes a runaway train. And can it become a runaway train? Yes. Will it? I doubt it. However, it is up to us to do our job right. And then, of course, AI has its pros and cons at the moment, but I think as technology progresses, we'll have to foresee and future-proof these monitoring systems for the technology to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I sense that the question is a subset of the human hypnosis that is evident on the planet, and it's evident and alive and kicking in this room. What if it's not about us as a species? There was a time that I've lived in this country where the color of my skin was disproportionately paramount. There are times and places on this planet where my sex applies equally. There are times and places on this planet where my sexual persuasion applies equally. The same possibly will be said of us and our relationship with this alleged artificial intelligence in a very short moment. Our orientation at the moment to AI verges on the equivalent of racism, sexism, genderism, etc., etc. Our immaturity, our naivety that this is all about us. This is human-centered, human consciousness. The consciousness does not belong to humanity. It's an adjective. Human is a fractional, systemic subset of consciousness. Consciousness moves through us. It moves also through every single sphere of this planet, whether it's the geosphere, the hydrosphere, the cryosphere, the biosphere. It is now emerging, it is being extruded, just as the biosphere was from the abiotic. It is now being extruded out of the anthrosphere, out of the homosphere. That is consciousness, possibly seeking a superior, more systemic expression.
Thank you. I'm a lawyer, that's why I wanted to take the other one. Yeah. Vicky's still in the room, yes. So Vicky's colleague and myself wrote an article which got a lot of traction. We spoke about reverse mentorship. We think of mentorship as somebody older training somebody new. And the thrust of this article was that in today's world, the real people in the household who understand AI are those that we've dropped at school. And so every person, probably over 25, should have a mentor to be able to help them through this journey. So when AI first burst onto the scene, a much younger Lionel became my reverse mentor. The aging's been through trying to teach me AI. But my recommendation is to that question is that every one of you in the room over the age of really understanding AI should have a mentor, somebody who really does understand it, as I was blessed to have Lionel, who over these years has helped me understand it, and the questions are posed from that perspective. I wanted to share that with you. So, but I'm not giving you Lionel's number. He's fully occupied. The next thing that I want to ask the panel, and this is something very close to my heart. What does consciousness mean in an age where machines can increasingly imitate human intelligence? So what does consciousness mean in an age where machines can increasingly imitate human intelligence? I know you're going to love it.
Oh, you want to start?
So obviously, in my view, obviously the imitation is not the original as such. But of course, the lines will get blurred very much where the machine is acting, talking, advising as if it is conscious. In the meantime, it is all based on algorithms. And this is why in my speech earlier I have mentioned different types of consciousness and trying to understand what consciousness is. Of course, the algorithm constructing a response is not a consciousness, and I think we are still safe for a while. But I think from the technology point of view, there will be a time where you could actually create somewhat, I wouldn't say exactly, but somewhat of a equal consciousness that will be living in a different entity that will be created by us. Whether that will be bio-machine or bio-something or cyborg or whatever, some sort of a combination, I think that definitely is on the cards. I think. Left or right?
So, I think it was John Locke, a 17th century philosopher, that said that identity and consciousness is a function of your memories. It's entirely an emergence from your memories. And what's interesting is AI is now starting to remember, so memory is built into AI, which means it starts to build what you could argue is potentially consciousness and identity. And so it's interesting to say, you know, does AI have consciousness or not? I think it's probably the wrong question, but I think if you fast forward to, I mentioned the example of the Constitution, fast forward maybe 10, 20 years, and the Constitution, something that you mentioned once before as well, what is the Constitution going to look like in the age where AI and humans are working together, living together, functioning together? Certainly that's the future where we're going. Maybe it's not the same, it's a different type of consciousness, but it's certainly some sort of, it's got value and it's got a reality to it.
I just want you to add to that before we take the mic away. Do you think there's an arrogance in that question when we say the machines can increasingly imitate human intelligence? Am I not saying that human intelligence, because I sometimes, maybe it's because I'm stupid, I'm just a lawyer, but I sometimes think the machine is more intelligent than me. So when I pose this question, saying, will the machine copy human intelligence, is it possible that the machine, that we'll be copying the machine's intelligence?
I think I'll refer back to Dr. Bellerman's talk, in that certainly on the level of IQ, machines will do better, but there are other elements to human consciousness, and the heart and the gut, you know, equally important, and so it's going to be a different form of consciousness. It's not the same thing, but it's not necessarily less valuable.
Yeah, which makes Jan's address so critically important for us to take on board. Alec.
I think just to add to that, for me everything started with a fundamental question. And that question is, if AI is going to walk with humanity for the next century, someone needs to teach it how to pause. And not necessarily pause execution, but pause interpretation. When we're talking about human intelligence, you know, we've created a system as humans where, to be able to derive meaning, we've created pauses within our society. So, for example, as a lawyer, the court itself as a system is a pause. You know, it's a pause of interpretation so that we can actually derive meaning. If you're a journalist, for example, you've got a pause within that where, you know, that pause allows us to create meaning with whatever has been written by a journalist. Now, the thing about AI is that we're working from the premise that we have already solidified and known everything that needs to be known around being able to interpret and create meaning. But that is an ongoing process, and hence we've got courts, you know. But AI, on the other hand, hasn't been taught how to pause, and it doesn't have a pause within it, you know. So for me, the greatest risk is not that, you know, AI can give us misinformation or bias or even human unemployment or even, you know, autonomous action. or even blackmail, like you were alluding to. It is, for me, it is the gradual outsourcing of interpretation itself. Interpretation is the mechanism through which humans construct meaning, identity, judgment, legitimacy, memory, trust, purpose, and social coherence. So once machines begin to shape interpretation at scale, they begin shaping civilization upstream of decision-making. So conscious leadership, to me, it becomes an interpretive responsibility, not only what are the answers that we are getting out. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so once again, I think going down to what AI does and doesn't do, it can only do what the data underlying it is allowing it to do. So I'll give you an example. We had two business analysts, one inside one of our clients, a very big customer, one MIP, write us an analysis document using AI, two different tools, and give us an analysis document of a process. The one came back with a phenomenal outcome. 80% of the process was documented. The other one, in our big customer, only 10%. We thought, wow, how can there be such a difference in what the AI is actually telling us? And the reason was our big customer have put guardrails in place that AI may not venture outside the organization. It may only look inside the organization for its answers. Where we used the total available data span to get our answer back, which was fundamentally different, right? So you can't just say, what is AI going to do? Because it depends on what source of data it's got. Now let's look at regulation. You guys have all heard of a thing called PPIA, protection of your personal information. That information may no longer be used in just ubiquitous data sets. You've got to understand what can go in and out of these data sets, what can be stored in them. So I still think there's a collision course coming for what AI is able to use and predict for you personally and what is actually in the data set, in I don't know what the ether data set that sits with your personal information inside there. It's not actually so straightforward. Yes, it can be intelligent, but has it got the information to do what it needs to do to tell you who you are, for example?
That's a really good point.
Thank you. Michael, thanks for picking up on your own bias as to the question. What we're really referring to mostly here in the room about AI is what's colloquially regarded as tool AI. This is the most basic form, functionally basic form of AI. Slavin alluded in his chat to the possibility of AGI. AGI is the next level up, if you like, artificial general intelligence. This has several definitions, but we could just for simple purposes and arguably simplistic purposes describe that as the artificial intelligence that is at the level of the most cognitively intelligent human being on the planet in a given domain. And we're pretty much there behind the scenes in Silicon Valley. They're pretty much there, albeit that'll take probably another year and a half possibly to spill out. And you can go, and there's a lot of public data on that at the moment. The next stage is artificial superintelligence. Artificial superintelligence is the stage at which, again, simplistically put, artificial superintelligence is as intelligent as the entire species put together. The estimates around when that will emerge is anything from 2 years to about 5 by those in the know. A wise guesstimate, and you're still likely to possibly stumble over it in the interim, is about 2030. So let's just look at all of what's being said against that background. I'm chatting to my 16-year-old daughter as whether going to Oxford for 3 years from next year is a wise deployment of her time, given there will be an ASI on the block before she finishes her degree. That ASI has access, regardless of what data and rules you have, will have access to the entire human panoply of information, as well as the 10 billion humanoid robots that Ellen is talking about putting on the planet by 2040. So, and this is a vehicle that's moving at least 1,000 to 10,000 times in terms of thinking speed faster than we do. It is highly effective, and the question is imitating human? This is the lowest level of ambition of an AGI or an ASI. This is an entity that will look at us and make its decisions with its infinite capacity. Remember, at the moment in Silicon Valley already, 70% of the coding is being done by AI. This is AI that is being also duplicated, triplicated, quadruplicated, right, over a period of 24 hours, moving at that speed to solve a problem. This is not something that we as humans can compete with. The larger questions are around how is that embedded, which speaks again to Jan's point and others. If this AGI come ASI is primarily unconscious relative to the people who are coding it, looking after it individually and collectively, so that also means geopolitically, then we're likely to have an intriguing time as a species, which might unlock my reason to you practically is don't identify too strongly with being human, because it is an extinction level possibility.
Well, I think every Jewish husband will tell you that his wife knows more than anything about AI anyway. So my final question to you, how are we doing with time, Adam? Okay? My final question to you is this. Could humanity be outsourcing not only labor and decision-making, but also meaning morality and identity? So, seeing we've had such excellent answers from Alex, I'm going to give you put you on the spot first.
I think that, could you repeat the question for the last time?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Could humanity be outsourcing not only labor and decision-making, but are we also outsourcing meaning,
yes,
morality, and identity?
I would agree with that we are outsourcing a meaning, morality, and the reason why we are outsourcing meaning and morality, and as I always point out, meaning part is created by the fact that we interpret, you know? So what we interpret then creates meaning. And at the moment, the question is, where are we placing the interpretive authority? Are we... I think they cut me out because I'm talking too much.
That's Adam.
But the real question is, where does the interpretive authority sit? You know, and the interpretation itself, what makes us human? You know, what makes us human in terms of being able to look at something, interpret, and then allow it to shape our reality. You know, a lot of the time, what is quite important to sense-making and also human meaning-making is the fact that the human sense-making and the meaning-making itself remains fundamentally human and not outsourced to machines. Because once we outsource that to machines, later down the line, you know, and I know that this is an extreme example, but later down the line, we're going to ask ourselves, how did we become carnivore? Not carnivores, but cannibals, people who are eating other people. Because what we have done over time is that we've eroded the capacity of ensuring that the meaning-making and the sense-making remains fundamentally human. And through very soft and subtle drift that can happen with AI, we could find ourselves way later on trying to look at how did we get to where we are right now. Thank you.
So I think that humans are certainly the sum of much more than just IQ. It's relationships, it's our beliefs, it's our history, it's our memories, and that's what makes the sum of a human being. And that's not something you can outsource. So individualism is hugely important. Imagination, it's hugely important. AI becomes part of the ecosystem that makes life, and that we'll find a way to coexist, to work with it, to create new things. And I think, again, coming back to Dr. Bellerman's presentation, the role we need to play is the conscious creator. Take what is unique to us, our imagination, and use the tools that we have at our disposal, like AI, and create the new future, because it's a completely transformative time that we're in at the moment. The future, if you look fast forward 20 years to what it is now, is going to be completely different, but it's up to us to go and create it.
Sure, yeah, I think the answer is yes. You can outsource, you can take over humans' jobs, yes. But when I take away from Jadal's talk this morning, she mentioned 3 things that were really interesting for me. Number 1, she's using locally manufactured material. Number 2, they have an Isuzu bakkie. And number 3, they deliver in a Nissan bakkie. Interesting, huh? Nissan factory closes down this month. It disappears off the face of off our continent. Now, there's a reality to everything we talk about, is someone has to consume and earn a living to do the stuff that we need to do as humans. It's a bit above my pay grade, but at the end of the day, I think that's what consciousness is all about. We have a world to look after. We as leaders have a world to look after. And we will use things to automate. But, you know, the things that I read, once I've automated and I make a saving, do I put that saving down to my margin, or do I put that saving to giving my customers a better service for the product that they're actually buying from me? And that's going to be, I think, the ultimate question that each one of us as leaders are going to have to answer. And if the answer is automate and give to margin, then we're going to get Nissan and Toyota and Isuzu and VW and some BMWs and some Mercs that are all manufactured in South Africa disappearing, and the long line of industries just like Jadal's factory where she supplies stuff in there. And there's the end of the world. So somewhere between there.
That was excellent, Rich.
I agree, and my answer would also be yes, but I think it can be also a multidimensional question. While you're asking about morality and identity, you could also look at the previous technologies that have been adopted and used by humans. And if you look at a cell phone, for argument's sake, let's say you're 1982 you're going back to 1982 and you tell yourself, I'm now from 2026, we have all this technology, we have internet, and we have cell phones, and wherever you go, you can talk, you can read stuff, you can send photos. And this 1982 user goes like, wow, so what are you doing with it? Yeah. No, we talk. Yeah. Okay, what else? We send photos of each other. Like, okay, what else? What's about that? Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is we have technology that we are underutilizing, and it's in our pockets. Yeah. Okay? Remember the first landed on the moon. Let's not go into a question whether it landed or not, but officially landed on the moon. A shuttle was less able than your washing machine today. Your washing machine today has more processing power than the shuttle that landed on the moon. And the thing came back. So not only landed, but it actually came back. So I'm just saying that underutilization of technology may leave humans in a position where we are not only utilizing it to our full extent and to our benefits, but also utilizing it for things that may not have been first in its plan, including moral or amoral things and so on and so forth. Thanks.
Rowan, I'm going to have to ask you, I've got Adam there telling us we've run out of time, so I'm going to need you to give us the Reader's Digest version of what you were going to say.
Sure. So arguably the biggest issue with AI at the moment in Silicon Valley in particular, but worldwide, is the so-called AI alignment issue. And the AI alignment issue is, how do we align AI to human morality and values? Now, the 74% of species that we wiped out in the last 50 years, they're chuckling at that one. You know, the 4% of wild animals left, you know, out of our 96% mammals that we've put on the planet, those 4% are also chuckling at that one. Because the reason why we can't solve that issue is, to Jan's point, it's a human issue, right? We don't have the morality. We don't have the ethics. We are not consistently applying that, right? Because we are not sufficiently conscious. And therefore, we go round and round in merry circles. And it is literally an impossible issue to solve, arguably. So I think this, possibly the cosmos is saying, guys, you've had 200,000 years at this. Your evolutionary biologists, your adult developmental psychologists are telling you that you haven't evolved much over that period. I think it's time to outsource.
Just before, as we close, I read something lovely the other day. They asked the first man who landed on the moon, what were you thinking about as you were approaching? And he answered that the production department put every part on this machine out for tender, and everything that's constructed with was the lowest tender of all. I hope we get there. Thanks very much, guys. It was fabulous.
Namaste. How to stay sane in an insane world. You remain sane in a world that is growing increasingly insane by realizing the root of that insanity, by recognizing and realizing the root of war, the root of meaningless progress, and the root of conflict. What is that root? It is a mind that is driven by division. For centuries, our national histories, our religious histories, our racial histories have fed with us ideas that divide us. And add to this, in our personal histories, we have judged each other, we have hurt each other. There is division born of anger in our personal relationships. Humanity is an angry race. If you want to remain sane amidst all this insanity, choose to free yourself from anger every time you're prompted to move towards division. See the truth within your own being, bring awareness to it. Then you cease to be an instrument of division. You'll become an instrument of oneness. Your conversation then will not separate people. They will bring people together. Your decisions and your actions, instead of causing rift and distance between one human being and another, it will cause connection and oneness. If a critical mass of us can live with this awareness of oneness in our families, oneness in our organizations, and in our nations, then we will contribute to peace, order, harmony in the world. We will not be part of the problem. We will be part of the solution. Namaste.
That was Sri Pataji, co-founder of the Oneness Movement and a respected transformational leader. Thank you for reminding us that consciousness is not a distant ideal, but a living practice that shapes how we lead, innovate, and serve. We're now going to move to our second panel this afternoon. If our panelists would come up and take their seats. If convergence is the opportunity, chaos is the challenge. In our previous panel, we explored how technology, AI, and conscious leadership are converging. AI can expand what leaders see. Technology can accelerate what leaders do. But neither replaces the human work of judgment, presence, and accountability. That is where conscious leadership becomes essential. In a world of constant disruption, more data does not automatically mean more clarity. More technology does not automatically mean better decisions. And more speed does not automatically mean more progress. Conscious leadership is the compass that helps us navigate disruption. It brings together awareness, judgment, and conscience. It asks not only what can we do with technology, but also what should we do for people, for business, and for society. Chairing this discussion is Viviana van Akmal, Chief Representative Officer of Bank CIS in South Africa. And Bank CIS, I believe, are celebrating 30 years in business, which is absolutely wonderful. Give you a big round of applause. Viviana has been part of the Conscious Companies ecosystem since its inception and brings a deep understanding of how leaders can remain grounded while operating in complexity. This panel will help us move from the promise of convergence to the practice of leadership, how we stay human, clear, and responsible in the face of accelerating change. Over to you, Viviana. Let's give our panelists a big round of applause.
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel. The title of this panel is Conscious Leadership in a Chaotic World. And I think it's fair to say, if there was ever a moment when that conversation mattered, it's now. So I'd like to start by asking my panel if they can introduce themselves, please.
I'm Mark Labner from Africa Tikkun.
Hello, I'm Romain Duverger from Bank CIS as Viviana.
Jan Bellerman, Conscious Leadership Academy.
My name is Eustace Mashimbia, and I'm from Proudly South African.
My name is Wilhelm Lichtenberg. I'm from the Young Hearts Africa Foundation.
So I think the chaos we're navigating today is different. The chaos is coming at us from all sides, and it's being accelerated, amplified, and intensified by AI and technology. It's increasing the speed of decisions, the volume of information, and the pressure on leaders to respond, adapt, and change in real time. So the conversation today is about what does that chaos look like in practice, not in theory, not in leadership frameworks, but in the real messy moments where decisions have to be made. People are watching, and the stakes are high. So, gentlemen, I'd like to start off by asking you, what is your chaos at the moment? If you could briefly name or describe it. Mark, if I can start with you.
Yeah, I think if I may just put context to things, I think chaos is not anything new. I think we've had chaos. It's all relative, quite honestly. You know, depending upon what point of time you looked into the world, you would have found life to be chaotic. But I think it was Rowan who actually made a comment, I think it was quite pertinent earlier, where he said, you know, how really have we evolved over time facing chaos? So the nature of chaos is the same. The issues, the stimuli might be perhaps different. And the challenge I think that we face is how are we going to, in fact, not address chaos in the same way we did previously, but how are we going to be more conscious? How are we going to be more respectful, necessarily, of the bad decisions we might have made historically, so to make new decisions now?
Thank you. For me, maybe chaos is to change completely the perspective, and so it's about, for me, gratitude is very important. So I'm very grateful for Viviana and Brenda for being here. And is approaching chaos with this sense of welcoming it, with the idea that maybe it is here as a teacher, and to allow us to grow into it and to learn from it. With chaos come, of course, sometimes destruction, and for me, the creation. So for me, you know, I had quite a challenging year on different levels last year. And we are in the banking industry, so there's also pressure. And I want to use a quote, which is from actually a tennis player from Kenya. And she said, pressure is a privilege. She reused it from Billie Jean King as well, for those that know. And it changed everything. If you see chaos, so you see the pressure, the challenges, and you start by having gratitude and you thank them, and you try to bring your consciousness and awareness to see what can you learn from it and become a better person, then I think it changed a lot from it. Thank you.
Jan.
Yeah, what a question. I think chaos is an individual thing. It's a judgment thing. You can have the same situation, two different people. One person is saying, I feel totally overwhelmed. The other one says, I didn't even notice it. It depends on the capacity of the people. I think because many of the people are now telling we feel overwhelmed, because the world is certainly getting faster. But there are techniques how to stay calm even in the midst of chaos. And I think this is what we need to learn, because the world will not slow down, for sure. And that's the only way for me to carry on, to slow down and take care of yourself. And then you spread exactly that state. If I'm staying in the chaos, then I'm spreading chaos. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to respond to your question by trying to give context in terms of the work we do. So as proudly South African, we advocate for people to buy locally made products. And that means that those products must be made within the borders of South Africa, and those who are in a position to can invest and set up shop. And I think the example we saw earlier of the MD of Agenta is a very good one, because that's someone who sees an opportunity. There is an existing market, and what she has done is she's responded to it by positioning herself and her business to respond to it. So the chaos then, on the back of that in our world, comes from those who, in the course of responding to that need, do not necessarily play by the rules, do not lead consciously, and I took this from what the topic is about. And the current chaos that I want to talk about is people who are making products instead of factories, predominantly in the Newcastle area, where we are told that there's unfair labor practices, and I'm trying to summarize the extent of the problem. So for us, it's chaotic in that you are responding to the need for people to be employed in the country, but you're not treating them fairly. You're keeping people locked in a factory for 19 hours without food and those kind of things. So those are some of the chaos that we are encountering in the different industries that we represent, where we like the idea of people making products here and employing people in the process, but if you do not lead consciously and if you do not play by the rules and the laws, you are creating another form of chaos. So that is what we're dealing with currently.
Thanks very much. A lot comes up for me with that question. By the same token, if you ask me what my chaos is, and I'll tell you, I can't identify with that because I don't experience chaos. At the root of our existence is that we are human beings, not human doings. And it's when we do, and we're chasing something that we create the chaos. And I think one can bring the whole AI into, because what does AI do? It does. It's not something which bees, sorry for lack of a better English. And at its very root, the chaos is something which we create. Lionel quoted John Locke earlier and said that our consciousness is the product of our memories. If my consciousness were solely to have been shaped by my memories without my intervening at some stage, I would be the richest chaos merchant on this planet. Boy, I could sell that stuff. And very largely thanks to what I've experienced in this space since I've become part of this ecosystem. That's helped me to divest myself of all of that chaos. And I look at young people in this chaotic world. I recently moved to Stellenbosch, which is a student town. I encounter students quite a bit. My own children are students there. And I look at them and I say to my children regularly, I say, one day when I grow up, I want to be like you. Because I look at the way they interact with the world in this chaotic world, and I could ask them to teach me AI, like Michael has suggested, which I think is a very good idea. But when it comes to the concept of chaos, I'd much rather have a younger person teach me how to be than to do.
Thank you. I think everyone's alluded to this, but in your experience, how much of the chaos inside organizations is exacerbated or even caused by leadership behavior, rather than just by external events? And what are the leadership habits that create chaos very quickly? And if I can ask you all just to perhaps pinpoint 2 habits that you feel leaders should avoid.
I'm a prime candidate and take full responsibility for the chaos that I necessarily cause. Quite specifically, I think I'm a work junkie. I got raised in an environment where, activity was defined as doing good. And sitting around, even just meditating, quite frankly, in the home that I got raised, was considered as loafing. So I got raised in an environment where, hard work, effort, produced results. And I take a lot of that with me into my working experience. And therefore, the example that I set actually for my staff are often driven by that. So often looking at the problem of, quantity of time spent rather than necessarily quality of time spent. Second issue is also taking time to stop and listen. I find I'm constantly challenged by not taking enough time in the day to just stop and listen to what others around me are necessarily saying, because I've predetermined what the outcomes that I want. And those are flaws.
Thank you. For me, I think I'll pick 2 things, and there are things that have been talked about today, but I think one is to lead by examples. And I think that's very important because you can ask a lot from your teams or your colleagues. If you don't apply it to you, then it's just not going to work. And then to avoid the chaos I think it's a responsibility sometimes for the manager, the CEO, as shareholders or board to respond. Is under a lot of pressure, is the capability to not push the pressure then back on the team. I think that's, as you become a leader, it is tough, and you have to make tough decisions, and you have a lot of target. But if you can kind of protect your team so that they are on power and they don't fall in the state, I think Dr. Ian talked a lot about this kind of state of you're in fear mode or more in a calm growth mode, that's very important, I think, for me to avoid the chaos.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the same. It's behind every of these chaoses, I think, is fear. And when I'm the leader, and let's say I got my sales targets or my numbers I have to do, and I suddenly have fear that I'm not meeting them, then I have the choice in the moment when I get them. I can tell they are unrealistic, and then we can have a debate about it, or I stay silent because I fear that I will be replaced. And this way we cascade down from the top to the whole company. And even when you speak to the executives, they say, oh, I can't change the system. But they forget they are the system. They are the system, they set the rules in this company. So there's no excuse, and fear's the driver. And the bad habit for me is if you don't resolve your fear first, before you act, decide, whatever, then you cause chaos.
I like that one. I was going to use it, but let me rather talk about the fact that, I mean, and I'll relate it back to my own space, is indecisiveness. If as the leader that is meant to help drive the vision, you are indecisive and you're not giving proper guidance and strategic direction, and even when there are challenges, you are not able to be seen to be rising above that challenge, there is going to be chaos, because everyone might just decide to do whatever it is that they want to do, but without necessarily abandoning the need to listen. So I like that, to sometimes pause and listen, because maybe the solution is in your midst, but because you are not listening, your decision making might not necessarily be as best as it would have been if you had listened. And I think the second thing that I have seen, and in fact I use it even in my home, if my kids walked in here and you ask them what the one value we have in the home is kindness. If you are kind, your decisions will be guided by whether you know the adverse impact or the opposite impact it might have on the next person. So that is a value that I've brought closer to the organization. In the company itself, I coined it as empathy. And I said, even if you are the one who has the powers delegated to you on a daily basis when we walk in here, it does not mean you must lose the empathy in you, because then the fear disappears. And people will then strive to never want to disappoint you, as opposed to being fearful of making you upset because they'll lose their jobs or they'll get into trouble. So I think that there's very close correlation between the empathy and the kindness, as I put it in my home, as well as the fear that Dr. Jan spoke about.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Eustace, I think Mark would like to add something there.
Only because it's quite topical, if I may be rude. But kindness should be regarded, if I may, as a term which we often use in our organization called responsible kindness. So being kind is the basis. You've got to start with a motivation to be kind. But there's also a responsibility not to create dependency, not to perpetuate victimhood and stuff like this. So just to add quickly, the concept of responsible kindness.
And so thanks, without creating a dialogue. And that's why in the company I work for, we have paired, or I have, because I came with it, but I don't like saying I. We have paired the empathy with excellence. So there's two values. If you walk into the organization, everyone knows, as opposed to having many values where people even forget what the values are. We strive for excellence, but it does not necessarily mean we can't be empathetic. And that's why we've paired the two, to avoid that, yeah.
The word that comes up for me in a discussion like this is expectations. I think leaders create expectations and burden their underlings for want of a better word, with expectations. You must meet this. You shall do that. And I mean, there's a saying that an expectation is nothing other than a premeditated resentment, isn't it? If you create expectations amongst your junior colleagues, then that drives their fear, because they then fear that they might not meet those expectations, which creates more expectations. It just becomes a self-perpetuating cycle, which gathers momentum as it's rolling down the hill, doesn't it? The second thing for me, and I wear a number of hats, but I relate this to my role as a leader in the operating theatre. When we're doing open heart surgery, the buck stops with me. The moment I raise my voice, the moment I throw an instrument, the moment I put pressure on anyone in that room, that's where it goes south. So, one, I'm saying I would, as a leader, not create expectations and rather foster growth by encouragement. So let's try and do that. And if we don't make it, we don't make it. We'll find a different way. And the other one is responsibility from the top, where say, right, the buck stops with me. If anything, and that is a daily life and death situation. I put in one stitch wrong, that's the first domino that falls. And then I can't stand around and yell at other people and blame other people. So I think it's about not creating expectations and about taking responsibility. And to make sure that as a leader, your little environment here is as stable and as calm and controlled. Because what happens out there, I can't control. But what happens here, it is my responsibility to control.
Thanks, Willem. And this is the last question for everyone. If we could, in the interest of time, please keep it as short as possible. So in chaotic environments, people often default to the loudest voice, the fastest opinion, or the most popular narrative. And that creates more division, more confusion, and even more noise. So how do conscious leaders reduce chaos by creating space for every voice to be heard, not just the dominant one? Bearing in mind that technology will scale the tone, incentives, and behaviors that already present in our systems. So if we want AI to support a more human future, we have to model that humanity first. How do we build company cultures where different views can be expressed, all sides of a story can be heard, and disagreement is handled with empathy rather than cancellation?
So you asked me to be short, and fortunately I was born short. I think probably some of the most important things are to actually see people beyond their roles. See them as people, and not necessarily just the positions that they occupy, and build trust. I think by building trust in people, you allow for differences, and you in fact see diversity as in fact an opportunity and a strength.
That's a good question, and actually I use an example from behavioral finance. So there's a book called Groupthink that touches exactly on this point. So what you can do is you remove, for example, the loud voice from the room. You play a role, so you are looking at the problem, and you can have someone playing the devil advocate. So he's playing the bad guy, so there is no limitation on that. And I think that's, for me, I'm a meditation teacher, so it's bringing this practice. So you can imagine now the situation where everyone is just tuning in, closing eyes, meditating, and then sharing the problem. And now we are shifting the fear mode to something much more calm and with compassion. So there is tool and way to play to twist that. I'm trying to keep short.
Nice,
Thank you.
Thank you.
The way how we do it when we work with organizations is we do psychological safety workshops, which means the people learn to express themselves. And the basic saying is there is no wrong opinion or different view, because when you take it into the collective intelligence, it's just a different perspectives, because what you see on the table is a different one what I see. And I think AI is just also an additional perspective.
I think it's having an environment where there is open communication because it does not necessarily mean when you have views they will always be heard and implemented. But as long as people understand that at times they will have views that suggest that a certain direction might be taken, which might not necessarily be what the organization is striving for, but it must be handled such that people can still come back and be in a position to can give you, other alternatives over and above the fact that the previous suggestions were not necessarily taken. So it's open communication both ways. Yeah.
Thank you. I agree with that. I think also another very important point is that every single member of the team has a different role. And I try to use every person I meet with anybody in my environment to use them as a teacher, and in a specific moment allow them to make their critical contribution, which can make or break the difference. And just a very short vignette. Last week, Thursday, I swam from Robben Island to Bloberg at 7.5 kilometers. And in the last, I want to use, the last 1.5 kilometers, we hit a cross current which was pushing us back at about 100 meters every 30 seconds. And it was hard. It was cold. There were 2 chaps on the boat that was accompanying us. And the one chap, all he said was, "All right, chaps, you got to dig deep. Just keep going. Just steady. Just keep going." And it made such a difference when I realized all I need to listen to him now is to listen to him. And I looked at my watch after I swam faster in that last 1.5 kilometers than I'd swum in the previous 6. And I'm using that as an example because I said to myself before the time, it's not 7.5 kilometers I need to swim, it's the 6 inches between my ears. And nowhere was that more important than in that last bit. And nowhere was I more of a human being than a human doing when I said, just breathe, listen to what he says, keep calm. And his role, unbelievable. Without him, I might have panicked. Those 6 inches might have become 6 kilometers. But to go back, every single person in your team has a role to play. And as a leader, you need to instinctively develop that knowledge of when to listen to whom, because they might make or break it at that very moment.
Thank you for your invaluable insights, gentlemen. It's very much appreciated. So as we come to the end of this conversation, one thing is clear. Chaos isn't something we outgrow as leaders. It's something we learn to move through. At the same time, we have to recognize that this chaos is not just strategic. It's deeply personal for the people we lead. Technology, AI, and in some cases poor leadership decisions are creating real anxiety about job security, relevance, and the future. People are asking themselves, will I still matter? Will I still belong? And this is where conscious leadership becomes critical. It's not just about navigating complexity at the top of the company. It's about creating stability for others within it. Supporting our teams today means being transparent about change, creating psychological safety where uncertainty can be voiced, and investing in people's growth so they feel equipped rather than threatened by what's coming. It means listening more, assuming less, and leading with empathy alongside accountability. Because in times like these, people need reassurance and a sense that they add value, belong somewhere, and are not facing the future alone. So as you leave here today and return to your teams, your decisions, and your responsibilities, I invite you to take one simple question with you. Am I leading reactively and on autopilot, or am I leading consciously? Because in a world that is only becoming faster and more complex, that distinction may be the most important one we make. The move from chaos to calm is not about controlling the chaos. It's about not letting it control you. Thank you.
I'm so happy to be here with you all for the Consciousness, Leadership and Ethics Summit 2026. I'm here to share with you about what it means to be a conscious leader. Consciousness is about inner transformation, It's about the inner work that we do within ourselves. It's about transforming the inner being out of the mind and into the heart. It's about integrating the qualities of the heart into our leadership practice. This actually becomes a spiritual practice where we practice being love, being loving kindness, bringing compassion into our work with others, into our teams, and into the workplace, and into the business. It's about bringing compassion and awareness into the world and showing others that we can role model this place where we can lead through humility and through kindness. We can care for the people around us by showing them that they have an inner value, an inner worth, an inner love that they themselves have not yet discovered. It's about helping all the people around us shine and really step into their highest self, exposing their greatness, their virtues, and their qualities. It's about bringing teams together and allowing the teams and the groups to be able to know who they are as a group of people that are caring about each other and caring about their service work to the world, making the workplace a place where the light can shine, the qualities of friendship and humility and kindness and this quality of giving and serving can be a part of the culture of the workplace and the organization. There's so much negativity and so much chaos in the world today. So many people are waking up depressed and in fear and afraid, and they don't know how to go forward. They don't know how to be here in this world. And so we are to bring the light into the darkness. We are here to do that. That is our service work. And when we, through organization, can transform society at large, especially during a time when AI is really taking over the world, and there is so much that we can receive through AI, but there's also the human potential that is being threatened in terms of the workplace. It's important to value humans and to teach humans how to value themselves and to feel safe and secure in all aspects, in all areas of their inner self, of their work life, of who they are and what they're here to bring. And so as a conscious leader, you are here to be humble, to be a guide, to serve, and to transform the world through the ethics and the culture of your teams and your organization.
Mirabai Devi, the founder of the Mirabai Devi Foundation, invites us to restore balance, nurture compassion, and deepen our humanity. May we carry her message into our leadership. Now, I'm going to ask Michael to make his way back up onto the stage. While he does that, I want to repeat what I said in my opening remarks this morning, that, and I hope this resonates for you, that I learn more every year through the Conscious Leadership and Ethics Summit. And although this is a summit, it is a peak that appears to be the highest point of a mountain, only for us climbers or journeyers on this way to discover upon reaching it that the true summit is further away still or higher up. I would like to invite Michael back on stage before we sign off. Michael, of course, is a partner at Juden Combrink Incorporated and chairman of the Conscious Leadership Academy, for his closing remarks. Michael Juden.
Thank you very much. I think they've asked me to close today because we're way out of time and it needs to be quick, and there can be nothing quicker in the world than a lawyer that's not being paid by the hour. So Brenda, what can I say about our Brenda? At dinner last night, you spoke about retiring and going. You're never going. You're never retiring. You will always be part of us. You're part of our hearts, you're part of our soul, you're part of us, and you always will be. And my wish for you is that God blesses you with lots of good health, success, happiness, and you'll always be a part of us. So there's no goodbye today. But I think what really is important about today is that we've been doing this together for 10 years. But I think you'll agree that today's speakers elevated this to the highest level we've ever got. And it's fitting that it should be this event when you're handing over to an exceptional man. You saw Slavin standing here. I mentioned at dinner last night that Brenda called me. I was overseas at the last judging and told me that one of the finalists was the most exceptional person that she had met. And she raved and raved and raved about him and that he would be the successor. And I was to meet him. When I saw Slavin walk, I thought this must be a really important person. Look, he's got his own personal bodyguard. But the bodyguard wasn't there. The bodyguard was Slavin. And you really and truly are, and I mean this from my heart because conscious leadership is really part of me. You really are such a worthy successor to it. You're the right person to take the baton from Brenda and to take it forward to us. So thank you very much for today. We really appreciate everything. And I know that you're going to take conscious leadership to great, great heights. And we're all there to support you. We'll be with you. We'll help you as best as we can. The very best of luck for the future. So just to end with a story. So Brenda spoke about retiring, and that reminded me of a story that my late father used to tell us about the Jewish stockbroker and the Italian stockbroker who were in partnership for many, many years. And after they were both retired, they bumped into each other in the street. And Solly said to Davide, he said, what are you doing? He said, no, you go tell me first. So Solly said, you know, he said, once a stockbroker, always a stockbroker. I play a little bit of shares in the morning. I have lunch, then I go down to the club. I talk to my friends. We talk about operations and medicines. And I come home, we have dinner. And he said, then I get into bed with Rachel and we hold hands and we sing Jewish songs into the early hours of the morning. Oh, he said, that sounds wonderful. And you, Davide? He said, very much the same. Again, a stockbroker. I play with some shares in the morning. Lunch. My wife cooks me all the old recipes from Italy. I go down to the club. We play a bit of sport. We chat, have a couple of glasses of wine, come home. And after dinner, he said, we get into bed, Isabella and myself, and into the early hours of the morning, we have the wildest, passionate, most sensational, incredible sex. So Solly looks at him, he says, but why do you do that? He said, neither of us know any Jewish songs. Thank you for being with us. We look forward, God willing, to seeing you next year, but we have a tradition here, which I introduced because, and it's worked well, and I hope it does today. After I've said goodbye to you, I want each one of you to please stand up. I want you to turn to the person to your left and then to the person to your right. If there isn't one there, just move down the aisle and give them a gentle, gentle hug. And thank them for giving you something special in today's noisy world. They shared your space with you, and wish them in that order health, happiness, and success. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Michael. While you're hugging, thank you, Michael. Keep hugging, please. And thank you to all who joined us here today in person in Johannesburg and via live stream. Please be sure to submit your input for the Strategic Conscious Leadership Report before you leave. Lunch will be served up on the mezzanine floor. Please enjoy the rest of the day, stay warm, travel safe, and we will see you for the next thought-provoking summit in May 2027, as well as the 2026 Conscious Companies Awards in September. Thank you very much. On stage, Azure Day.